of our resource persons are caught in traffic, but they are close by here, so we'll start running. We have people joining us online from all over the world. We are apologizing to them too. So, noble colleagues, I want us to rise on our feet as we take the national anthem. Shall we please rise on our feet as the media team will help us with the music. Thank you. Have the opening prayer as in our custom in this profession. Opening prayer is the second stanza of the national anthem. Shall we take together as a prayer? O God of creation, direct our noble course, guide our lead us right, help us that truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. May God hear our prayers. God bless you. Please, let's have our seats. Noble colleagues, we want to appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Those who are here on site and online. It's a hybrid event. We appreciate all of you for creating time to be here. Most importantly, we have people from all over the nation here physically in this sitting. We will still acknowledge each and every one of you. We want to start the acknowledgement by acknowledging the chairman of this occasion, the chairman of the board that have put us together, and he's been leading us wholeheartedly in a fatherly manner with clear direction. In the last few years that he's been on the board, he has shown a sense of attachment to this assembly because he knows that it's one of the flagship of the board, particularly connecting physically with our members. We speak of our own revered Esvarbon Annual Gershom Enshaw, MFR. Let's put our hands together for our chairman. Let's please clap for chairman. If you don't clap for him, we will close the event. Aha. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sitting right by his side is also a board member, but he is the president of the Nigerian Institution of Esvarbon Annual. I'm recognizing him first as a board member because the board regulates the institution. So please, when I go out of here, he can decide my fate as a member of the institution, but it's the board that is having here. So I want to recognize humbly our own president, the number one citizen of our profession, Esvarbon Annual, John Bull Amayabo. Let's put our hands together for John Bull. The Bull. The Bull. Thank you very much, sir. I want to humbly digress and appeal to my fellow board members that I'm supposed to recognize by recognizing a past president of this institution, and also in line to be in the future, God sparing our lives and in good health, a chairman of the board by the grace of God. I want to recognize our own Dr. Patola Ajayi. He's here as usual with our First Lady, Esvarbon Annual Linda Patola Ajayi. You are welcome, MNI. Thank you very much, sir and ma. I need to also pause, like I've said, before continuing with our board member, by recognizing a royal father in our midst, and is working in majestically. Let's put our hands together for one of us. It's a long time I've seen Daddy. Can we rise in our culture, please? Let's rise and greet Kabiesio. That's Oba Ojutalayo. I hope I'm right. Yeah, you see, we may be young, but many people don't know him here. But our forefathers, Kabiesi, you are welcome, sir. Thank you for gracing this occasion. We feel very honored that you are here, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Fellow board members, I want to also digress a little bit from continuing with my fellow board members by recognizing a former vice chairman of our board and a resource person here today. You are not a board member, but you handed over to me. So I need to recognize my leaders. So we want to recognize SS Sofia Amvalwa Adamu Kasumu. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. You are welcome. Now I go back to our board members. We have with us Dr. Mrs. Egwatu. Let's put our hands together for Madam, an iron lady in our midst, the chairman of our education committee, and also a member of the IVC committee worldwide. You are welcome, ma'am. We want to also recognize SS Sofia Mbala Obina Arungwa. Let's put our hands together for him. Distinguished board member. We want to recognize SS Sofia Mbala Collins Alabi. You are welcome, director on the federal ministry. SS Sofia Mbala Professor Ogidengbe. We recognize you humbly. Let's put our hands together for him. SS Sofia Mbala Professor Tunde Oladokun TT. We recognize you. SS Sofia Mbala Dan Ige. We recognize you. You are welcome, sir. SS Sofia Mbala Elliot Erupabo. We recognize you. Thank you very much, sir. This man is wearing two hats. He's a board member and also the secretary, the general secretary of our institution, the national secretary of our institution, SS Sofia Mbala Monday Ahiwe. Recognize you powerfully, sir. Thank you very much. The chairman of Valuers Assembly, who has been working behind the scene, he's been all over the place. SS Sofia Mbala Lekon Akinwumi, we recognize you. Thank you very much. He's somewhere in the hall. We recognize SS Sofia Mbala Ibitoye. You are welcome, sir. Let's put our hands together for him. SS Sofia Mbala Onu, H. Onu, we recognize you, sir. Chief. We also recognize SS Sofia Mbala Ibrahim Baba Sanda. Thank you very much, sir. These are people who volunteer their time to be with us. In the house, we don't only have the board members, we also have council members of our institution here seated, ably led our president. We recognize you, recognize your secretary. We have online the first vice president and second vice president. They send in their apologies. We have here the national treasurer, SS Sofia Mbala Tola Ahamioje. Thank you very much. You're welcome, man. We have also another council member here, SS Sofia Mbala Otumba Ayeye in the house. Where is he? Okay, we know the season we are now. You know what I mean? Huh? Okay, if you can't decode, you have to pay. We have in the house one of our elders, SS Sofia Mbala Bamishi. Let's put our hands together for our daddy. You are welcome. I was in school back then when they were paying the price. Thank you very much for being part of this occasion. We also recognize the managing partner of Jide Taiwo & Co., one of our leading firms. He's here, SS Sofia Mbala Ibrahim Mohammed. We recognize you, sir. We have in the house SS Sofia, the team from Samson Agbato & Co., led by their managing partner. Where are they seated? Aha. Thank you very much. We have in the house the Vice Chairman of Lagos State Branch, Esvarbon Tosin Kadiri. We recognize you. I'm recognizing Lagos State Chair first because I don't want them to delist me. And then I'll be branchless. That's the beginning of my downfall. Because I'll be applying to other branches. So let me now recognize the closest branch to us, the Chairman of Oyo State Branch, Esvarbon Annual Adebayo. We recognize you and your team. He came in here this morning with a team from Oyo State. We recognize you. We also have a team from Osun State in the house. We have a team from Kaduna State. Those from Kaduna, are they here now? We have from Nasarawa. Nasarawa, can we see your hands? Aha, yes. You're welcome. Thank you, Ajia, for coming. We have team from Kaduna and Abuja. And the immediate past chairman of Abuja branch is here. Can we recognize him? Is he in the house? All right. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring us. We have one of our elders in the house, Esvarbon Annual, Kola Adefila. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. We want to recognize our resource persons. We will recognize them properly when we want to put them in, so that we are not doing that twice. Coming in is one of our past presidents, an elder in the institution, Esvarbon Annual Dosu Fatoku. Let's put our hands together for Daddy. You are welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. Without wasting our time, I want to recognize somebody specially who is joining us online from Canada. One of our own, Esvarbon Annual Dr. Mrs. Uche Egwatu, who is on the IVSC Council, was told to mentor somebody, and she told him that you don't need to miss one occasion that is happening. His name is Mr. Leon Zaba from Burkina Faso. Let's put our hands together for him. He's a chartered business valuator. He's based in Canada. He's working on establishing a valuation professional organization in Francophone West Africa. So he was attached to Dr. Mrs. Egwatu to mentor and ensure that things go well. So we recognize our friend, Leonel Zaba. He's supposed to be sleeping, and he's been on, waiting for us to start. So maybe during the course of time, the media can help us just to show his face for us to greet him properly. Yes, okay, he's not showing his face. That's his device there. They are showing. So Leonel Zaba, if you show your face at any time, we will show the people here for you to know that we are very hospitable and warm people here. My name is Esvarbon Annual Stephen Olajagun. I'm Vice Chairman of the board. Thank you very much. If you don't clap for me, I'll clap for myself. Okay, that's Leonel Zaba there. Zaba, how are you? Can you just wave? You're welcome. Thank you for being part of this occasion, and I believe we're going to enjoy it. The man introducing is called Mr. Stephen Jagun, so very soon I will come and greet you too. Who is laughing there? You have to help yourself, you know. I'm not saying I'm going to jackpot now. With this white hair. Thank you very much. I want to now move on to the next item by humbly calling on the chairman of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers Restitution Board, our own Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Henshaw MFR, to come and give his welcome address. Mr. Chairman, sir, we welcome you to the podium. Let's clap for him. If you clap properly, he will move. If you don't clap, he will walk in gradually till he gets here.
A very good morning to all of us. Please, a round of applause to my only and only able Vice Chair, Stephen Jagu. He will go nowhere, even though he's going to see Lionel Zaba. Distinguished noble colleagues, I don't know whether we have visitors here, but ladies and gentlemen, today is a very happy day for all of us, because apart from the AGM of knives, this is another occasion that brings us all together. For me, as a person, when I see people like, I used to call him those days Egbon Ojutalai, because he showed us the good and the best parts of Lagos. And for him to come here, he's challenging us who are here that we should not withdraw when we are no more in active practice. It is for that reason that I thank him very much for coming. Sir, you've done very well. You have shown us the light. We will keep the light going. Thank you so much. Before I read, I have a very short address, but I want us to thank the people who have put together this event. I have made recommendations, and it will come to all of you at our association level, that this event should take a pride of place. And it is for all of us who are here. This is only an avenue which we can disseminate what we have seen in other spheres, working for others, so we should bring it to work for us, not only for you. I challenge my other younger colleagues, other colleagues of my peer, anything you have seen working on other climes and is helping the profession, please bring it, because this is an avenue, this is a forum which we can use it to tell ourselves how to, the only thing which is permanent is change. And to this, I'm challenging younger people like Ropo, all of them who are here, they should come on board and let us show that we are estate surveyors and valuers. And this assembly is one avenue which we can use to disseminate that. After saying that as a brief remark, I want to offer my profound respect and honor to all the past chairmen of Esvarbon and past presidents of the Nigerian Association of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, especially those who have joined in this assembly physically and virtually. I joyfully welcome all the board members on whose auspices this annual event is held. To the glory of God, we are here and we shall savor what we are going to enjoy. I want to thank the organizers because they have selected people who will discuss issues with us, which will make this assembly alive. I welcome the current president of Knives, Estate Surveyor John Bull Amayevo. I dare say he has opened many doors for us as estate surveyors. I gladly welcome all registered persons who are here physically and those who joined virtually. In fact, I know more people have joined virtually than physically, and for obvious reasons. The presence of our foreign colleagues is well noted and recognized. Our royal fathers who are here, we pledge our loyalty. Members of the press who are here to cover the event, you are welcome. My address to this colloquium of registered estate surveyors and valuers is titled A Tapestry of Wide Vista of Promised Magnificence. How long shall we wait to explore and tap into some of the recondite areas of our profession? We have remained constricted by the narrow and restrictive definition of estate surveying and valuation as merely a profession by our enabling act, without recourse to the fact that the profession itself has very wide vista of aspects and opportunities. That's why, please, I want us to applaud the current president who has helped us to put together to the National Assembly a new act which has opened us into wider vista. We will celebrate the day that law is passed. Thank you, Mr. President. This is why since 2.5 years ago, when I assumed the mantle of leadership of the board, the regulatory body of this profession in Nigeria, we have left no stone unturned in building capacities of registered persons. It is our concerted belief that it holds a large glimmer of hope and future of immense significance to the practitioners. Noble colleagues, the only thing which I know is permanent is change, and we must act to achieve that positive change for this profession. We have accordingly, since then, beamed our regulatory searchlight on the recondite aspects of the profession. The Valuers Assembly, which is an annual gathering of registered persons, offers key platform in achieving the objective. This year's Valuers Assembly stressed this favorite theme and roles of the board, regulating other areas of estate surveying and valuation profession. As a foremost regulatory body of the valuation and property profession, an institutional member of IVSC, we have chosen to dwell on the valuation of intangible assets and intellectual property, applying the globally accepted IVSC 2010 standard. Permit me to take occasion of this address to commend the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, which had since established a group on business assets and properties and intellectual properties, all geared at developing capacities and competencies of its members. Please, distinguished noble colleagues, I plead with all of us, there is no barrier. If you think you have the flair, there is no, the door is not shut. I don't want you to call and complain that this is not happening, this is not happening. This door is open for all of us to access. Please take advantage. If what comes out here opens a vista for professional practice for you, please take advantage of it. Although our resource persons were drawn from American Society of Appraisers, we have continued to maintain collaboration with the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors and other continental valuation regulatory bodies, such as the Institute of Real Property Valuers in Rwanda and South Africa Council for Property Valuation Professions. Why we are saying this is that when we chose this topic, RICS were the people, you know, we are basically RICS patterned. And when we wanted to dwell on this intellectual property, it was RICS who recommended that the best bus stop for this should be ASA. That is why if we tell you the cost, knowledge is not cheap. So we have gone to bring them to talk to us. This is the beginning. And from here, we are going to move on, because that is where we have seen a lot of, it's still a virgin area which we should tap into. We are looking forward to adequate profiting from the event by participants, and awareness of the public to the benefits they stand to derive from the valuation of their assets, intangible or intellectual, by registered estate surveyors and valuers. That is what we want to achieve. On this note, I welcome you. Please, the resource persons are available. The board is ready to take you to the next level. You are welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much.
Let's clap properly for the chairman of the board. Mr. Chairman, we thank you for that eloquent speech. We thank you very much. I didn't want to lump them up with others. I want to recognize the registrar of the board. If I don't recognize him now, he will strike out my name from the register of the board, and I don't want that to happen. So, SS Surveyor and Valuer, where is he? The man don't. I want to recognize the registrar, sir. Let's put hands together for this registrar, please. A man with two hearts. When we want to do our induction, he will change garment. Let's put hands together for him, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We also want to recognize the deputy registrar. She's busy outside there. Can we have SS Surveyor and Valuer Janet Shehu to recognize Shehu, please? She's the engine room of the Valuers Assembly, our secretary. She's been having sleepless nights, making sure that everything runs well. Shehu Janet, we'll recognize, let's put hands together for her. We'll recognize the assistant registrar in person of SS Surveyor and Valuer Felix Ikri. Madam Shehu, we recognize you. Felix Ikri, we recognize you. Please help us throw the salute to your team members that are working at the table outside there. We also want to recognize a past national treasurer of our institution, council member, past chairman of education committee of the board of the institution, Dr. Uchenna Ebi. We recognize you, sir. We have seen you in the house. Let's put our hands together for him. A member of the PPC of the board and also a member of the Valuers Assembly, SS Surveyor and Valuer Dr. Noel Mark. Let's put our hands together for him. Say, which one should I put first? Is it sir or the doctor? All of them. ESV. Thank you very much, sir. As we speak, we have over 300 people online following up with us. We also recognize one of the past managing partners of Digital & Co., ASB Shino Ganiyu. Welcome you into the house. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. We recognize each and every one of you. We also want to thank our supporters, those who have supported us on this team. We reached out to them to help us make goodwill in our program, and they have done. ST Links is here. SciTech, we recognize you. We have Dupe Longe Associate there. We have BC Bello & Co. We have Bode Adeji Partnership, Uchik Perebi and Associate. We have Yagon Associate is also there. Is somebody smiling there? Yes, Bengala Niyo. He's here. He's our resource person. That's why I don't want to mention that name. I want to hide the name until later. Thank you very much. I want to particularly thank the honorable member in the House, Honorable Gaza Jonathan Gwefi. He also have a goodwill message that's in our program. A member of the House of Representatives representing Karu Kefi, Kunoma Federal Constituency, Nasarawa State. We thank the Honorable. He's online watching us. So, Honorable, we appreciate your joining us and also assisting to ensure that this program runs. That takes me now to my own speech. My speech is about 12 pages. Somebody should add only. All protocols duly observed. On page 4, I'm delighted and honored to be here today as chairman of the Professional Practice Committee of the board to welcome you all to the 2023 Valuers Assembly with the theme regulating other areas of estate surveying and valuation profession. The Assembly is a continuation of our effort to promote and enhance the standard of practice of our profession in Nigeria. Since the media edition in 2017, under the chairmanship of our late estate surveyor and valuer Yinka Shonaike, past president, we have addressed various topical issues relating to estate surveying and valuation. The teams are there, several of them, just to mention a few. This year, we will focus on another important and emerging area of our profession, the valuation of intangible assets. Intangible assets are non-physical assets with economic value, such as brands, patents, trademarks, customer relations, goodwill, etc. They are increasingly becoming significant drivers of business value and performance in the global economy. However, value intangible asset poses many challenges and complexities for asset surveyors and valuers. Unlike tangible assets, intangible assets are often unique, difficult to measure, subject to legal and regulatory uncertainties, and influenced by factors such as market conditions, industry trends, and technological changes. Therefore, it is crucial that as professionals, we are well informed and equipped with the relevant knowledge, skills, and tools to provide reliable and credible valuation services for intangible assets. This will enable us to meet the needs and expectations of our clients, stakeholders, regulators, and the public. To achieve this objective, we need to adhere to our valuation standards, the Green Book, which was recently updated in line with the provisions of the IVSC and the RICS. If you have not obtained the latest copy, please do that. They are available at the stand with the board. And a set of globally recognized principles and guidelines that establish a common framework for valuing different types of assets across various jurisdictions. Permit me to interject once again to inform you that our colleagues in Kenya has followed on our lead to have their own valuation standards, which they call the Green Book. So we are leading and others are following. I mean, they brought it to the conference in Rwanda that I went to represent our able chairman, and they were excited that there is a standard they can fall back on. So our own is Green Book, their own is the Blue Book. So very soon we'll have the Brown Book. The IBS 210 intangible assets to the specific standards that applies to the valuation of intangible assets. It covers the following aspects: basis of value, the definition and explanation of different bases of value that may be used for valuing intangible assets, such as market value, fair value, and investment value, valuation approaches and methods, special conditions for intangible assets, etc. As asset surveyors and valuers in Nigeria, we need to familiarize ourselves with the IBS 210 and follow its requirements and recommendations when conducting valuation assignments involving intangible assets. This will ensure that we produce consistent, transparent, and high-quality valuation reports that comply with international best practices. In addition to following the IBS 210, we also need to remind ourselves of other aspects that are crucial to our professional practice, which are ethics, accountability, and regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that the 2023 Assembly team was chosen to provide us with the necessary skills to enable us launch into this new frontier. I'm excited to see all of us here. We are not only taking the first stand by leading the way by creating the Green Book. Other professional bodies in Nigeria are now following us by having their own assembly after our own. Let's put our hands together for our noble institution. Indeed, we are very noble. Clap for yourselves. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Nobody's clapping for me. We move ahead now as we go into the first session, which is the panel section. I want to call to the, should I call this the high table now? I think it's higher than where you are. So we'll call it the high table. So I want to call Esvarbon Surveyor and Valuer. We have working in the first vice president of our institution, Esvarbon Surveyor and Valuer, Victor Alonge, a past vice chairman of the board. Let's clap for him. You're welcome, first vice president. So my former vice chair, want to call on Esvarbon Annual Adamu Kasumu to come up stage, please. Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Let's please clap for him. Esvarbon Annual is next to come to the high table. Please, you are welcome. Let's please clap for him. Now we know the veil behind estate links. I didn't say anything. We also have one of our own, Esvarbon Annual, Francis Okpaleke, in the house. Please, you are welcome to the high table. Let's put our hands together for him. We are expecting Esvarbon Annual to come in any moment to join the panel. I'm just having a tete-a-tete with people on the... It's not a hot seat, it's a white seat. And I don't think white seats are hot. They are cool and peaceful. So I will call on Esvarbon Annual Kasumu to be the first to speak. The way we want to run this session is that they have their own topic that they will speak to, area where we practice. They will speak for about 10 minutes. There are slides provided, and the materials are in the compendium with us. After speaking for 10 minutes each, we'll not take them up on those areas. And then we'll have room for everybody to ask questions. Please, you will have opportunity to ask questions. Write your questions down, and then we'll receive them. And then either you can tell us who you want to ask the question specifically. If not, any question that affects any of them, they will attend to it. So we want to take Esvarbon Annual Adamu Kasumu first. He's sitting at the middle. He's the middleman.
Is it working? Okay. The chairman of the board, Mr. President, esteemed members of the board, our senior colleagues, I actually don't know that I'm going to be the first to speak. Really, to me, what we are going to have today is more of a family discussion on areas that we are generally familiar with. For me, I'm going to speak for just 10 minutes in the area of the regulatory frameworks for involuntary land acquisition compensation in Nigeria. So I am not going to speak on any market-based valuation activity. Based on the template you have, you could see that we have basically two choices when faced on how to access land by the government or by investors. The first is either voluntary or involuntary. And involuntary process sparks two options. Either at the end of the day, you resettle the impacted population, or you pay them cash compensation. And the process of arriving at this compensation is what we are going to speak today.
Because it's too short for you, so have your freedom.
Okay. Now, the Estate Surveyor and Valuer Regulation, Registration Board, Esvarbon, is the main regulation provider for valuation in Nigeria. We all know about that. So, regulatory frameworks are set of guidelines, best practices, legal mechanisms that exist on national and international levels. They can be mandatory, they can be coercive, such as national laws and regulations. So regulations could be mandatory, could be coercive, and could at times be voluntary. It depends on how the regulation is spelled in the document. The powers of Esvarbon are mainly 5, because there are sometimes we tend to think we know everything, or we tend to think that Esvarbon could do something that it's not supposed to do. So mainly Esvarbon was established to determine who are estate surveyors and valuers, to determine the standards of knowledge and skills by a person seeking to be registered as estate surveyors and valuers, to maintain the register of estate surveyors and valuers, and to regulate and control the practice of estate surveying and valuation in all ramifications. Then, whichever function the board decide to create for itself. So 5 functions. It is in the exercise of that function that the board issued the Green Book, which is called the Nigerian Valuation Standards. And I'm happy to hear that other countries have begun to copy Esvarbon. Now we have the Blue Book in Africa. So I think in Africa we basically have the Green Book and the Blue Book now. So congratulations to us. All Esvarbon has directed that all Esvarbon registered valuers are to implement the Green Book. The standards provided in the Green Book are mainly provided in the form of professional standards, technical standards, performance and delivery standards to ensure consistency, objectivity, and transparency. So it is unexpected that with the existence of the Green Book, that there will be a lot of variance between valuers when it comes to any valuation that is clearly defined. It also provides that if a valuer were to depart from the mandatory rules provided in the Green Book without specifically stating in the report that he had done so, and giving a good reason for the departure, then the valuer will be open to disciplinary procedures. So we are now, this is mandatory. What we have, some of the provisions in the Green Book are mandatory. So let's now look at compensation just in five minutes, I think. The first, the general procedure has been that notices are issued when a land is required, consultations with critical stakeholders, specific consultation with landowners, then to survey and condemnation of affected assets, valuation data capture, calculations and report, then payments. This has been the general trend and the process of acquisition in Nigeria, and I think that's what happens in most states. Compensation valuation regulatory issues. Land valuation and compensation processes for involuntary land acquisition in Nigeria are statutorily governed by the Land Use Act. That's Cap L5 2004, along with other domestic regulatory laws / practices of the state governments. Principally, the Land Use Act identifies and supports compensation resulting only from legal revocations of any land, whether or not subject of a customary or statutory right of occupancy. Please, I want to emphasize something here, that there can never be a valid compensation process without a valid revocation. And that is why Section 29 of the Land Use Act states that where is a right of occupancy is revoked by virtue of the provisions of Section 28. So without revocation, there cannot be valid compensation. So in Section 29, land value is treated as a refund of ground rent paid in the year of revocation if paid by the affected person. Buildings and structures are paid at depreciated replacement cost. Trees and crops are paid according to valuation rates provided by the state office. Abortive expenses, as may be supported with evidences, such as reclamation works, are also being considered. That is what our Land Use Act provides, and this has been the area that dominates our valuation practices, which the Green Book equally recognizes. Where are the issues now? Inconsistent, non-systematic issuance of revocation notices. There are situations where you just go and start valuation, there are notices. The people are not even aware that their lands have been revoked. Non-existing fit-for-all valuation format due to absence of executive orders outlining state resettlement policies. Most state governments don't have resettlement policies. Even if they have, they are kept in files. You have to bribe your way to get them. Assets are compensated on depreciated replacement cost model. Land value is based on generic amount. In some states, they just say, they'll tell you per hectare 50,000, 100,000, there is no basis, so it's generic. Then the heads of claims are restricted to land, economic trees, crops, structures, and improvements. And there is also no special attention is given to communally held resources in some states. Structures are generally depreciated on the 0 to 100% model, meaning that depreciation rates are subjective in most cases. My view could be different from your own view, and it breeds a lot of discrepancies. Then, interministerial conflicts on appropriate department to handle conveyance of revocation notices. Like I'm just coming from Ogun State. In Ogun State, notices can be conveyed by the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Lands, as Bureau for Lands, even by OPIC, and sometimes by any other government official. So these things are not regulated and they are complaining. So non-takeoff of digitized land registry in most states is also affecting the process. So the Green Book and sector regulations also provides, the Green Book recognized some sectors like the projects funded by donor and multilateral agencies, the Oil Pipelines Act, Mineral Act, Urban and Regional Planning Act, the railway corporations. So some of these laws provide that, for instance, the Railway Act, or the Power Reform, says that before you think of expropriating, you must show evidence that negotiations have failed. But we tend to ignore these things. Now, Esvarbon has said that we should look at those things. It's in the Green Book now. So you must show. If you can't show, then in our reports, we should be able to put some caveats regarding that component, believing that the acquiring entity has not been able to negotiate. Then, another big problem is that the federal government itself does not have the power to acquire land anywhere in Nigeria directly. It is the powers of the state governments. What the law says in the Land Use Act, Section 28 of 4, is that where a land is required by the federal government, it is expected that the federal government shall gazette that particular area and apply to the state government. But this is not being practiced. So most of us, like those of us in those doing railway, TCN, the moment you are given contract, you just start walking through lines, passing through states. This, we should please be very careful. Now, Esvarbon has regulated that, has provided that we should look at those things. So, generally, I picked an example, just the multilateral funders, to look at their practices, to guide us, such as World Bank and African Development Bank. Now, they have developed generally what is called the Equator Principles. And the Equator Principle is a risk management framework adopted by financial institutions for determining and assessing and managing environmental risk in projects. So now, funders are so conscious that before releasing our funds, an area of risk is resettlement issues. So they have now set some standards, which the Green Book has now recognized. Basically, it requires that projects must, or entities must prepare a resettlement action plan, which is a document prepared by the project sponsor specifying the procedures it will follow and actions it will take to mitigate adverse effects, compensate losses, and provide development benefits to persons and communities affected by an investment project. So this is the way to go on projects funded by multilateral agencies. So a good resettlement plan will result in measurable improvements in the economic conditions and social well-being of the affected people, the project affected people. So lastly, let's look at the expectations of the Land Use Act and the provisions and the expectations of the Equator Principles with regard to projects, lands to be acquired compulsorily. I picked only agricultural land users because I know we're going to have time constraint. I picked only agricultural land user. And these are the people that we commonly meet, especially in rural areas. I mentioned earlier, state governments, what we do for the land is to refund the ground rent, depreciate the properties, pay for economic trees and crops based on the provisions of the states. Now, land, under the Equator principles, land is compensated on the market value basis. Structures on the land are paid on full replacement cost model, and no allowance is given for depreciation. While the Land Use Act provides for depreciation, the Equator principles are saying no depreciation. I know this is contentious. We have sat in different fora and we have agreed that the Land Use Act only provides a minimum performance benchmark. If I value and refuse to depreciate, have I offended the law? This is a question for the lawyers to ask, to answer. But I think the affected person is going to benefit more. Then cash compensation for crops is determined at market value basis too. You have to determine the value of the crops. As a valuer, you should know the processes. It's on market value basis. It's not based on the rates provided by the valuation office. You have to provide for clearance of new sites because you are picking the farmer from one point to another point. So he has to clear the new site. So you have to make provisions for him to be able to clear the new site. Then you provide for transitional losses. It is expected that when a farmer is moved between one point to the other, he is going to lose some income. So in Nigeria, we know that mostly our seasonal farming, we have 6 months farming season. What we do is to provide the farmer with at least 6 months income based on the national minimum wage, which is currently about 30,000 naira, maybe 30,000 naira times 6, believing that you should be able to sustain the farmer for the period that he's going to start reproducing. Then you also have to provide transaction costs, because if he's going to get another land, he will need to title the land, he will need to pay lawyers, he has to pay us, surveyors, to look for it. So it shouldn't be on the what he's receiving. He has to receive transaction cost for him to be able to take care of the professionals along the line. Then finally we provide a transport allowance so that as you are moving, at least you will enter motor now so that you can move to the new site. So in conclusion, I think Esvarbon has provided a robust standard for compliance by registered persons. And also it amplifies the need for the development of additional templates and guidelines to specifically guide compensation, valuation, and issues of contamination too. So thank you. For want of time, this is where I'm going to stop. Thank you so much, sir.
We appreciate you. He has given us an insight that he visits Ogun State. We'll find out what you have gone to do in Ogun State. I know. We will find out. You have to declare. Let's put our hands together for him once again. I think for our timing, I don't want us to focus on one person. We'll run through. Most times, some of these things turn into, the essence of compensation is to ensure that you put the person who is being affected, in as much as possible, the position they are losing. That's why you're compensating them. So sometimes some of these things can turn into litigation. So we are looking at now other alternative ways of resolving disputes. So that takes us to the other side now of the profession that I want us to talk about this morning, which is dispute resolution. So I want to call on SS of Yamvalwa, Francis Okpaleke, to please run through his slide. Then we will move to the third one.
Thank you, moderator. The chairman of the board, president of NAIF, board members, council members, senior colleagues, noble colleagues, good morning. I'm glad to be here. When ESV Jago called me about this program that I will be a panelist. Okay. Yeah, I have a loud voice. Yeah. So when ESV Jago called me for this program as a panelist and also told me to put up a paper, I looked at the team and I felt from the team regulating other areas without consultation, I knew is a topical issue, you know. So I decided to pour down my thoughts in pen and came up with this topic, you know. I will use the 10 minutes I have to just overview it. I called it leveraging arbitration in the practice and regulation of estate surveying and valuation in Nigeria. So okay. So this paper, I looked at it from the practice angle, that is we as estate surveyors and valuers, and also the regulator, Esvarbon. So from the team is obvious, the profession is vast, you know, diverse, multifaceted. We are involved in so many activities, and that is actually why today, apart from our core valuation practice, so many of our practice areas are facing encroachment from other professions, you know. Even the valuation aspect is not safe. Valuation is vast. So the founders of this profession, you know, locally and internationally, dispute resolution from our training is recognized as a key area of our practice, which we may not have been paying so much attention in our climb. In polytechnics, universities, we did arbitration and award that recognized that our profession, as diverse as it is dispute prone, from property management, valuation, sales, agency, all aspects. And statistics even show in court, you find out that a large, I may not have the exact statistics, some will say 60%, 70% of the cases in court are real estate related. Now with changes, even in the alternative resolution centers, you have the same thing happening. So, and the dispute landscape has really changed. It's not what we knew it before, because internationally, no foreign investor, before they move, there is a direct relationship between foreign direct investment and your system of dispute resolution. And you find out that dispute resolution is not only about litigation, and today is multidisciplinary. You find that the challenges with litigation has to do with, especially for complex sectors. You know, the judges are used to law, but when complex construction, real estate, and maritime, several sectors come in, that's why you have expert witness in court. But it poses a lot of challenge. So in the modern trend now, the modern trend is alternative dispute resolution. Arbitration is the oldest, you know, but you have mediation and all the others. But for this paper is arbitration centered. As I go through it, I can't go through it within the 10 minutes, but I just overview it. The early part looked at the challenges associated with the traditional means of dispute resolution, which we are conversant with. In property management, whenever you have a difficult tenant, you do your best, you negotiate, you threaten, ultimately you rush to court. But that's not the modern trend again. You have mediation, you have arbitration, but why arbitration for long is the main means, alternative, is because of the enforcement regime. Is contractual, and for you to have benefit of it, it must be incorporated in your contract, your real estate contract, your tenancy agreement, your sales contract, any, you know, real estate is, we are told that it must be in writing, it must be formal. So a lot of disputes that occur in our sector is actually because of maybe we are not deploying the tools very well, not incorporating arbitration and multi-tier approach, other means. So second part of the paper, I went through the nature of arbitration, the practice scheme in, you know, in Nigeria, the regulation. For over 35 years, what we all studied in school, the arbitration we studied in school is the Arbitration and Conciliation Act. It has operated for 35 years, but there has been complaint because it was considered obsolete, because it wasn't in line with international best practice. But there was a change, you know. We have a new act, and which I detailed what I call the innovations that should be of interest to us, because like I said, arbitration, dispute resolution is multidisciplinary. Now mediation is very informal, but why it wasn't, is cheap, why it has not gone to the level it's supposed to, because of the enforcement regime. But this act has now changed it. Though before that, you had the multi-door court system. So in the paper, there are many changes that should be of interest to us as estate surveyors and valuers. I looked at the first one, representation. You know, in 2018, when we had our conference in Ibadan, we had one of our speakers, a Kenyan, he's a surveyor and a renowned international arbitrator. He looked at our act and pointed out that omission based on how they do in Kenya and other places. You know, the act had a provision that only lawyers can represent, parties, you know, in an arbitration process. That wasn't the It's not the international system, but the act actually amended it now. So it's open, foreigners can come in, that is the international practice. Then you have things like third-party funding. This third-party funding, it was outlawed under that act. It is actually to promote dispensation of justice. Is part of, it's considered quick dispensation of justice. Access to justice is a key UN goal, so it's part of it. So many people are short of because they don't have funding. So this act now makes it possible, even if you don't have the funds, you assess your case, you can get funding from third parties. And at the end of the day, the award, the cost can be included in that award. So we'll see more of arbitration. Down the paper, you are managing a property, you have those challenges. It's also an option open to well-funded practitioners. Then you have the electronic arbitration agreement. The key, the life wire of every arbitration is that arbitration agreement. It must be in your contract. So if that agreement is not in the contract, you have what you call, when the dispute has already occurred, you can have submission agreement. But now, because of technology, the act recognizes electronic means, Telegram, WhatsApp. Once you can produce that understanding, flexibility, so it happens. You have joinder, arbitrators, immunity. Yes, President of NAIV is an appointing authority if parties have it in the agreement. There was ambiguity under the former act. There are situations, we go to court a lot, where parties, if they feel dissatisfied or even to delay the process, they can sue the appointing authority, they can sue the arbitrator, they can sue the institution. But this act, they repealed, the new act now grants immunity to the parties. Then he recognized mediation, grants certain powers to the arbitrator, number of arbitrators. So all these innovations, the very essence is to promote alternative dispute resolution. So there will be a lot of changes. And you find out today we are talking, the key theme is intangible assets, another aspect of our profession. I was telling Leko, incidentally, internationally, is also a sector that is highly prone to dispute. Litigation, very good, but businessmen, they want to concentrate on their core business. Litigation is most times detrimental to business. So if they can avoid it, so intellectual property dispute, they have an arbitration system too. WIPO, they have a well-entrenched arbitration system so that any dispute, they don't expect you to go to court. It's mandatory. It's enshrined in every contract, World Bank projects. So that's the system. So we have different types, about 4 principal types: domestic, international, ad hoc, and institutional. So you can, depending on the nature of a transaction you have. So further down the paper, I try to practically reducing the steps, what is involved in arbitration. Is fast, is you can predict the timing. So about 6, 7 steps: initiation, appointment, preliminary meeting is detailed, submission of point of claims, pre-hearing, hearing, then to the arbitration award. The interesting thing about arbitration and what we do in the faculty, I recognize arbitration as one of the 15, arbitration and ADR, is one of the 15 specialist faculties, So we create awareness, encourage practitioners. You use it, it makes your practice more efficient because you are distracted when you leave your core business. In the paper, I gave my early experience as a young, surveyor, property management, simple routine landlord-tenant matter. He ended up in court, and that case was stuck in the court for 5 years. 5 years. Everybody from the property manager to the property owner, a widow, to everybody, we are just stuck there. And you cannot abandon the client. Yes, under our scale, you have expert witness. How can you be an expert witness for a property you are managing and no income coming? Your client is lamenting. So you start rendering social service. So ultimately, that's the system, not anybody's fault, but we are locked there, So a lot of changes are going. So as a practitioner, in a section here, I related it to our practice, deploying it to make we all businessmen, whether we one way or the other, running a practice, deploying the skills. It aids you, dispute avoidance, when you can avoid, you look at contract. I gave an example, a consortium, where I guess it was that scale gap, consortium of estate surveyors retained by, a big company for auditing, valuation, and ultimately, sell. Contract signed, everything. But at the end of the day, the other party, after incurring costs, reneged, and there wasn't anything. The option was to go to court, pre-action notice, time, and all the rest. But after looking at it, you have our practice is sensitive. Your reputation, when you start taking claims to court, yes, it's your right, but it's also rubbing off on your brand, So we all will pay strong attention to dispute avoidance when it does happen, because we say it's inevitable. You know how to mitigate it, navigate. In the paper, I try to make it as practical as possible. I have a lot of examples there. You take time and study it. It's all part of the awareness, because the reality is that there is that gap. Many of us are not so conversant with it, or don't take it so serious. But it's changing, and real estate is just dispute prone. You can't avoid it. Then it's also an area of practice, especially when you are experienced, when you get older, because the qualities of a good arbitrator, a good mediator, you find out is also ingrained in what we do. Our motto: honesty, integrity, impartiality. Without knowing it, we even do arbitration and mediation in our offices. When you are mediating between a landlord, you may not call it that name, resolving issues between landlord. You manage a property for a long time. Ultimately, the old client dies. you distribute estate, you are the center of resolving a lot of inheritance issues. So these skills, apart from aiding your practice, because like one of the, which you shared, real estate consultancy, we are talking of growing our practice, expanding our scope. Why accounting? Accounting, the consultants, it started from accounting firm, auditing firm, but there are a lot of problems, when you're a solution provider, in any area. You find out that, as a professional, you render services. So, you take time. Then the regular, let me now round up, because I've been talking on the practice aspect, because like I said, this paper is two aspects, the practice and the regulator. For Esvarbon, I, made some recommendation. Yes, it's not peculiar to arbitration and ADR. It's multidisciplinary, it's not our exclusive area. But looking at how RICS do, we have our standard. All the practice areas, you can guidance note, every practice area Esvarbon should, I know naive at the naive level and at the professional group level, we've been mandated, we all try to have upgrade the guidance, the auctioneering. So every faculty, every professional group, and we find out that even the scope of our practice, as I showed in the paper, goes beyond the 15 professional groups. So for Esvarbon, look into, that's the regulating the other areas. You can do that through the guidance note. Standard is the highest of the, like the paper showed, 4 tools, regulatory tools. But the thing about certification, licensing is, the evaluation of our license, that's the highest standard. But guidance notes are not tied to government. It's informal. It's to guide your practice. RICS, they have guidance note for virtually every area. For dispute resolution is also one of their 16 groups. Dispute resolution, there is a guidance note for what will guide you to run an arbitral process, a mediation process from start to finish, localized. So they have all these knowledge areas, and it's not based on law, it's what you agreed. And you find out that there is an example I shared here, like Mortidor. Well, it was by a lawyer, because surprisingly in that, he was describing an arbitration process that was conducted at Lagos Mortidor involving landlord tenants. The issue was claims, cost of reinstatement, and an expert witness, a valuer, valuation report was used in the process. But in the description, in the paper, was describing that the valuation, they recognize the valuation, the act of valuation, which is very crucial in litigation, courts, and even any tribunal. But surprisingly, a renowned lawyer described that there is no standard, that is an open-ended thing, that there is no single body, that is in charge of valuation standard. So I noted in that paper, that's also for us to, the job of the regulator is not just to regulate us, because if you look at the charter of RICS and even our own, you regulate your members, and your service is to the market too, and the society. You protect the society. So when AMCON had most of the problems, real estate related, collaboration is part of the job of the regulator.
Yes, sir.
At times, people say, it's not for the regulator. You create the enabling environment. The court system, you find out auctioneering and some other aspects. There are problems everywhere, but that's where the regulator can also come in, using the governmental power. In dispute resolution, a lot of collaboration are going on. Even in the court system, every court, like Lagos started it, Court of Appeal have an ADR section attached to it so that they are congested. I showed here where a statement by the present Chief Judge, he said they have almost 7,000 delayed cases. We had a case that ended at the Supreme Court. It was there for how many? If you miss a date, the next date will be in 3 years' time. So, but they have attached to Supreme Court, Court of all the court system, you have ADR attached, encouraging you while you are waiting, you know, to, so, and they also need our services. So, rounding up, you can play a role as an expert witness, advocate, arbitrator, use it as your, you know, a skill. And so I advise our member just look through the, it's detailed enough. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very, very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. We thank you. We're running out of time. We know it's loaded house. We were ruminating yesterday, but most likely we may look at maybe 2 days for our assembly. We'll look at how it runs. They are going to throw questions. Questions are already coming online. They will fire any at you. They will not fire at me. They'll fire at you. I'll be an observer watching how they are firing. But you are not alone. We have elders here. We have recognized them. We also have in the house one of our elders who came in as we were speaking, Esvarbon B. Adesoya. Daddy will recognize you all the way from Ibadan. Thank you very much for coming, sir. We appreciate you. And also the chairman of the Board of Trustees, Ochendu One, is online. He is online. So, immediate past chairman, forgive me. I hope the president did not hear me. At all. And the first vice too did not hear. The second vice is online, Malam Bature, so I hope he didn't hear me too. We have also in the house 2 members of the board. Elder Emma is in the house. Let's put our hands together for him. Elder Emma, we recognize you, sir. And Mother Emilia, we recognize you too. Let's put our hands together for her. Thank you very much. So they will all be there to help us if need be. You've mentioned the fact that our profession is prone with litigation, and we have roles to play. And one of the areas where we face litigation more is in facility management, managing facilities. So we want our Oga Esvarbon to speak into that aspect of what we do, and then we will now tie all this down together by the questions we're going to have people throw fire at you.
Thank you very much. Please permit me to stand, if I may. Can I have my slides, please? With the permission of Mr. President, may I stand on existing protocols?
So you're already standing.
Yes.
So as you stand, I want to call our elder, also a past registrar of the board, also a panelist to please come up stage. Esvarbon Annual. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Please.
So, may I continue to stand on the existing
Continue
protocol?
to stand. Continue
Thank
to
you
stand,
very
sir.
much, sir. While I'm waiting for the slides to come up, I would be speaking to this distinguished group on opportunities in facility management. Clearly, as estate surveyors and valuers, we are aware that this is one sector that we have refused to take control of. And I will be sharing a few things with regards to what my firm has done so far, as well as other opportunities that we are aware exist in the market. Next slide. I'm starting with a couple of quotes, as I always love to do. And the first one is that if you do not drive your business, you'll be driven out of business. The second one is whenever you see a successful business, someone once made a courageous decision. The third quote that I have for you is that opportunities are like sunrises. If you wait too long, you miss them. I think for us as estate surveyors, we have probably missed the sunrise of facility management. But I dare say that my belief is that the sun is still up. And before the sun goes down, we need to take possession of this very lucrative sector of our profession. And I'll start with an introduction. We are all estate surveyors, so I don't think I need to be giving definitions. But I will just run over property management versus facility management, because we still have a number of people who generally tend to mix these two up. To put some clarity to this, property management talks about the operation, control, maintenance, and oversight of properties with accountability for attention to its useful life and condition. It is most often referred to in relation to the lease and rental of the property. Whereas facility management, and I'll go to the IFMA definition, is the practice of coordinating the physical workplace with the people and work of the organization. It encompasses multiple disciplines to ensure functionality, comfort, safety, and efficiency of the built environment. Now, let me go straight to what the role of the estate surveyors and valuers should be in this country. And I have two different slides, but I'll go straight to that of Esvarbon, who are our hosts here today. The first one says, and I'm going to summarize because of time. The first one says determining the value of all description of property assets. And we know that's valuation. We can read it to the end. The second one, which is very critical to this conversation, acquiring, managing, and developing estates, including facilities and other business concerns with the management of property assets. That is FM. The other one I have highlighted, it also says determining the condition of buildings and their services and advising on their maintenance, alteration, and improvement. That's also facility management. So this tells us that with what Esvarbon has up here, there are two clear points that actually refer to facility management, which we have still decided, whether purposely or in omission, not to take control of. Now I go to the meat of this presentation, because there's so many people competing this sector with us. Why are estate surveyors and valuers best positioned for facility management? Now I'm talking to valuers here, so I'm not preaching to the converted. But it's extremely important for us to remember that when we are talking to our clients and we're marketing ourselves, These are the critical points that we must throw at them. And the first one is that valuers are providers of accurate property valuation data for informed management decision. You do not own a property that is worth 10 million naira and you are spending 1 million per annum on the property. But if you are not a valuer, what you'll be most concerned with is just keeping the fabric of the property without giving due consideration to the business sense of spending a particular amount of money. Estate surveyor's interest extends beyond management of facilities to adequate financial projection and budgeting. We are trained for this. Architects are not trained for this. The estate surveyor is abreast of market knowledge, which informs their decision in according a corresponding level of services to a particular location. The kind of services you provide in Ikoyi will be different from the kind of services you provide in Okokomaiko. And to be honest, we have had clients who have given us properties in some locations and have said, listen, I want to put a generator here. And we tell them, your generator will be dead in 24 months. Because the kind of tenants in this location are not even prepared to run a generator. But estate surveyors are the ones who are trained adequately to be able to give this information to their clients. Then estate surveyors' due diligence on tenants minimizes the likelihood of tenant default on service charge. We are the ones who put in tenants. So as long as we're managing the facility, we are likely to put in tenants who we know are willing and able to pay for running the facilities for such properties. And finally, on this point, generally speaking, the estate surveyor's knowledge base in property management will yield optimum efficiency in handling tenants. Now, because of time, because I see I've got 5 minutes more, I'm going to run over some slides, but I'll just speak to them very briefly. International best practices for facility management. One of the reasons why we haven't taken over this space is we have large organizations who have come into the country and have taken this space by force. And what do they have? Solid technological approach, user-centric approach. They have solid emergency preparedness, sustainability, energy efficiency is something they look at. What's the efficiency of this building? And how do they advise companies with regards to how to run it? They've got solid vendor management services, and their health and safety compliance is second to none. This on its own is a whole paper, so I'll jump over it. The next one tells us about scope of contemporary facility management. We have the administrative, we have the building services, and we have the occupant support services, which are the daily things like landscaping, events, security, and the likes. Now I want to go to specific challenges faced by facility management firms in Nigerian cities. And then I will end with a case study which will enable us to realize that such problems are solvable. The first one is staffing and competence issues. I don't need to delve into that. It speaks for itself. Capacity challenges. I will tell you this, anybody in here who has the capacity to manage a 37-story building that is currently coming up at Eco Atlantic should please see me after this presentation, because you might have a job. You currently have the capacity. But there are firms in Nigeria today who have this capacity. So this is something we need to look at. The question is, how do we build this capacity? And I'll be talking to that in the final part of this presentation. Inadequate skilled technicians. We bring in the babas from the village to service equipments that they have never even encountered in their lives. Service charge issues, we all know what that means. Inability to disconnect services from a design perspective. This is one of the reasons why estate surveyors must come in at the design stage, because we have faced too many facilities where you are unable to disconnect services because the architect was not thinking at the beginning of it. So we need to be a part of the design stage, and this is something that we must always advise our clients. You know, it's one thing to advise, but if you advise and you do not have anything to back it up, all you are doing is you are making noise. So it's essential for us to understand how we can give such advice. Inadequate technological know-how, inadequate exposure to some specialized facilities, then public unrest and vandalism. And I have this quote here, which we need to keep to heart. And it says that the ideal facility manager must have Aristotle's logic, Solomon's wisdom, a priest's description, you must be seen as pious, a gambler's poker face, a lawyer's shrewdness, a marketing director's charm, a gladiator's guts, a sprinter's speed, a dancer's agility, lots of good luck, and what is most important, you must have 20 hours per day. Now I go to the next part, and I want to share with you, because a few of you must have heard about a small alliance. At the end of last year, we teamed up with two firms. My firm is known as Olanio and Associates, and the international arm of it is known as Estate Links. We teamed up with Ubosiele and Co., and we also teamed up with Eximia Limited. Why did we do this? Our firm last month turned 30, which means the firm has been practicing for 30 years and I have been practicing for 36. So why do I need to team up with two other firms to set up an FM company? The main reason is the case of capacity. And I'll tell you how this coming together has gotten us jobs. In 30 years of practice, I did not get the facility management of a single A-grade office block. Indeed, we've been letting forever. But within 6 months of this mega facility management firm called Edge FM coming to be, we have been given the first A-grade office block on our portfolio within 6 months. And this is something I did not achieve in 30 years. What does this tell us? You can remain small and be sending in proposals. All you are doing is making noise. But as long as you are able to let people know that these are the mites behind this company. I mean, the Oyinbo men taught us this. By the time you put together the experience of the three key partners, it runs into over 100 years. You tell them you have over 100 years experience, and you're not lying. That's the truth. That is the absolute truth. So we need to realize, and this is a quote of Henry Ford, coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. And working together is success. And incredible things in the business world are never made by a single person. They're made by a team. And as I run into the last 3 slides, I will tell you one of the key benefits of this alliance. There are about 5 A-grade, and when I say A-grade, truly A-grade buildings in Lagos today. And of these buildings, we have been privileged to be the leasing agents for 3 of them. But I dare tell you that we lost the management to facility management firms. Facility management, not property management firms. Now, how did we lose this management? I'll just pick one of them. We had a joint mandate with this FM company. I don't want to mention names here because I know this is live. We had a joint mandate to lease with an international FM company with staff strength of maybe 20,000. But when it came to the facility management, we did not have the capacity. So they took over the facility management while we were doing the property management. But as time grew and this FM company kept talking to the tenants, the owners got comfortable with the facility management company. Before we knew it, we got a letter from them thanking us for our amazing services. Awesome services. Oh, you guys have been wonderful. You've been amazing. But guess what? You are fired. That's what it means. The second one, the same thing happened. But I dare say that with the firm, Edge FM, that we've put together, I want to wait and see the company that will stand when we're making our presentation. And that is precisely where we need to all go to. None of us right now can individually fight, and I don't like using the word fight, but it's a fight, it's a battle. Fight these big companies because we don't have the capacity, and that's the reality. Now, what are the benefits of collaboration? One, positive market perception. When you walk in with 3 top real estate people for a presentation, you already have that job. Improved geographical spread. Right now, we are chasing a job in a location that my firm does not have presence, but one of the 2 partners has presence. Raising seed funding to kick off. When there are 3 of you, 3 people raising 10 naira each is 30 naira. You alone, you are left with your 10 bucks. Enhanced property performance and preservation of value in Nigerian urban settings because of your geographical spread. Risk mitigation, the more you are, the easier it is to spread the risk. Better decision-making support for investors and property owners. You have more heads. Ease of ramping up capacity. There are 3 of you. You want to ramp up your capacity, it's much easier. Straight to my second to the last slide. Opportunities. You know, I talked about benefits. Let me now talk about opportunities in collaboration. The opportunities include that you would raise awareness to your clients about the benefits of collaborative efforts. You keep clients from defecting. Those 2 jobs that I lost, if we had this mega FM company, we would never have lost them. Those clients have defected and they're giving other assignments to these companies. Skill development through training programs for valuers and facility managers. Advocating for supportive policies and regulation. And I need to mention, let's always remember that opportunities do not just happen. You create them. They don't fall on your laps. In conclusion, what am I saying here? Number 1, we must promote interdisciplinary education and training among professional estate surveyors and valuers. We need to establish industry standards for collaborative, effective collaboration. Indeed, we already have standards, but we need to keep building on them. We must leverage on technology for efficient property management in urban Nigeria. I tell you, the first question that a top facility owner would ask you would be, what kind of software would you use for my FM job? If you are there stammering, you are going to have an early shower that day. Collaborative partnerships is the future of property management in Nigerian cities. Then collaboration on facility management services offers estate surveyors a range of opportunities and benefits, from accurate valuations to comprehensive property management solutions, ultimately leading to improved client satisfaction and business growth. Finally, we must aggressively promote the advantages of using the services of the estate surveyor and valuer as a facility manager to enable us take over this space. Indeed, if you ask me, has the horse bolted? Yes, the horse has bolted, but the horse has not gone too far. I think it's time for us to ensure that before this horse goes too far, we jump on it and get a vantage position on that horse. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. You can now sit on the white seat. I say you can now sit on the white seat. You've been standing on the... As we round off this session, I want to remind us that we'll soon go on a short break. That break will take us to 1:45, because 2 o'clock on the dot, the American Society of Appraisers, they are on standby to start 2 on the dot. 2 o'clock on the dot. We're going to start running on that one. So our questions already started flowing in now. We'll soon take our questions, but I want to give our guy Mojene 5 minutes, because all this boils down, if you don't have ethics in our culture, the elders will tell us that a woman is lamenting that she has lost her husband. Say, if you don't have value and virtue, you already lost even before you lost the man. So ethics makes us as professionals to be able to stand on all this. So I want to give Oga Umujina 5 minutes to talk to us on ethics, particularly as a former registrar of our board, the regulatory authority of this profession, knowing the onions. He's also a lawyer. So thank you as you speak from both sides of the profession.
Good day, noble colleagues. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I still stand on existing protocol. But be that as it may, it will be foolhardy not to recognize some very important personalities here. Well, the chairman of the board, Ensure, our noble president, Jumbo. I can see our KBC, you look very different. It's a pleasure seeing you after so many years. You are most welcome, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the topic I have for today, I think the compare has summarized the whole thing, so I can as well drop the microphone and we get kicking.
I will take your honorarium, sir.
Well, I'm not looking forward to any honorarium. Yes, accountability, ethics and accountability. I think the best is just to talk extempore, because I have only 5 minutes. What do you have as ethics? What is ethics? I think ethics really begins right from the cradle. The moment you are born, right from your household, your parents will always impart on you do's and don'ts, what you are supposed to do and what you are not supposed to do. There are some very trite regulations too. For example, if as a child you sit by the door or the entrance, you are asked not to do that. What is the essence of that? The essence of that is that you should protect not only yourself, but any other person passing through the door. Ethics really has to do with values. It has to do with honesty. It has to do with integrity. It has to do with care, deference to people. But in a professional respect, it has to do with the way you conduct your business, the way you carry yourself and the way you relate with your clients and the community. Let's take, for instance, you have a client and you approach your clients, and then even their language, the way you talk, the way you speak, is, apart from not being convincing, is rather on the rude side. Definitely, you would have lost that client. So, and what matters is even when you secure the job or the whatever instruction he may give you, the most important thing is that you should execute that assignment with all honesty and applying all the competencies which you have acquired over the years. And then, how do you ensure that people conform, that professionals conform to the ideals of the profession? That's where the regulation comes in. And you discover that where you have a regulatory body, they are meant to set standards, codes. But I dare say that those codes, they are just guides. They are not necessarily justiciable. If I may give you an illustration, the code of conduct says you should present yourself or carry yourself in a respectable manner, in a manner that will not defame the profession or the board. If, for example, you decide to wear dada, I don't think that the professional body or the board will have control over that. It is strictly your own business. And if for any reason you decide to be a drunkard, of course, that is your business. But the institution or the board may want to call you to order and then sanction you accordingly. I'm talking of sanctions. In what respect can you really be sanctioned? What role can a professional body or a board or a disciplinary body play in sanctioning members? I want to give an illustration with the case of LPDC and Ganifawebi. LPDC is the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee. Sometime in 1981, we all know, a number of us know Ganifawebi, such a brilliant lawyer, and even when he passed on, he was a household name. I think he came up with a book, a new book on the Nigerian Constitution. And that particular book, well, he decided to, apart from publishing it, he decided to promote it by publishing in one of the newspapers then. In fact, it was a magazine, West Africa. It was the way he went about it. He said, this is a book edited by a prominent, popular, all the encomiums. And at the end of the day, I think the then Attorney General saw it and felt that it was anti the ethics of the profession and the code of conduct of the legal practice. And what did he do? He caused the Solicitor General or the Solicitor General's office to write a letter, as it were, to Ganifawebi, drawing his attention to the way he has really brought the profession into defame, and that what his act was against the ethics of the profession and the code of conduct. In fact, it was, I think, he quoted section 33, and as a result, you have to answer disciplinary action. That was not enough. They caused the committee, the executive committee of NBA, to look into the matter and now recommend him to the disciplinary committee of the legal profession. He felt he smelt a rat and felt that it appeared he was being haunted. And what did he do? He went to court and sought ex parte motion to stop the disciplinary committee from taking up his matter. What happened? The court of first instance found in his favor and said that there was no way somebody will be the judge, the complainant, the judge, and the prosecutor in a matter, because invariably the Attorney General was the chairman of the LPDC, and it was he that caused that particular warning or notice to be passed on to Gani. Well, we all know the maxim that you cannot be a judge in your own cause. And of course, the LPDC did not take it on the face value. They appealed to the Court of Appeal. Still, the appeal held in favor of Gani until it got to Supreme Court. And today, that is the law, that you cannot be a complainant, a judge, a prosecutor in your own matter. And that's why at the board, maybe with that hint, hitherto it was, you could have, when an investigative panel was set up, you could have a member of the board or members of the board being in that particular panel, and some of those members also being in the disciplinary committee of the board. So that was really separated to the extent that if you've served in the investigating panel, you cannot, to all intents and purposes, be on the disciplinary tribunal of the board. Then I go into the issue of honesty. It is always best as a professional to be honest in all your dealings. You have to, at all times, let your clients know everything about your dealings. You do not try to cut corners. You do not do anything that will malign your own personal integrity. There's also the issue of your loyalty to your employers, not only to yourself, but also to your employers. There are situations whereby you've carried out a valuation, for example, on behalf of a client of the company and on behalf of your company. And you know how the way these things go. More often than not, clients may not want to pay the full value. They want you to cut corner. They get you, they say, come, this amount, there's no way I can't pay these full fees. Why not let us negotiate? I pay you something, then you reduce it. Definitely, if you do that, apart from the fact that you could be exposed at a future date, that particular client cannot recommend you to another person. There's no way he will recommend you to another person for any business because you are not trustworthy. And more often than not, too, you get a situation whereby you get a brief from a client and you arrive at a value. I think one has that personal experience. The client, because from my own practice, especially working in various places, and also being a staff of, well, a prominent, I hope I don't use the word of Agani, estate firm. It's even whereby you finish the job, and then, because usually you discuss, the way I do my own practice is usually after doing evaluation, for example, you discuss it with your client. Because definitely you have to convince them before you will type and bind, or you will process. And then a particular experience is I had experience with one particular chief. The position was that this value is too low because he wanted facilities from a bank. I said, no, it's not low. This is the real value. It's either you take it or you leave it. But how do you go about that, really? More often, you wouldn't want to lose your client. But at the same time, in satisfying your client, you have to satisfy the ethics of your profession. After inspecting your property and you've taken all the dimensions and all that, even before you do the body work, the best thing is you do the calculation, you do your valuation, and then have an idea of what the value is. For this particular chief, each time he gave me any assignment, I would do the valuation, discuss it with him. But you know what I really do is that I know how low I can go. So I get a value for purpose of this discourse. Maybe it's worth maybe 200 million. I say, well, for a purpose, I think your property is, what I've gotten is about 180 million. And then he starts negotiating. How come my property? No, it's 300 million. Okay, there's no way you can achieve 300, but I know I can achieve 200 million. That's okay. Let's reach a compromise, 200 million. You see, I think I've satisfied both myself, my profession, and the client. That is you understanding your client, and that is very important. I also want to illustrate with this particular chief. Years on, well, I met him at the Rotary Club. I think, let me clear that. So we were Rotarians. Years later, he became a director in one of these new banks. And he now had to do evaluation. I think there was a major shareholder who was trying to bail out. He has also put down a property as part of his contribution. So they now wanted evaluation on that property so as to be able to pay him off. I did the evaluation, of course, he recommended me. I did evaluation, of course, I didn't have to resort to him. Sent the evaluation to the managing director. And he saw me at the Rotary Club. He now said, Ima, how can you do a thing like that? That's your value. It was rather too high. This is somebody who pleads that values are low. But this time I said, rather too high. I said, no, chief, that is the value. You should know. He said, okay, I know what you can do. In fact, that was why I recommended you. So, in the also talk is encapsulated in the rules governing the profession, the ethics, the integrity, and what have you. And then, at the end of the day, you just have to be very, very accountable. You should be able to account for any of your values, any action you take in course of this profession. There's no much to say other than to say that with abiding by the ethics of the profession, I think you are sitting on sound ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very, very much, sir. We appreciate you, the word of elders, the word of wisdom. Before you came in, I've been intimidated. I sat down here and I saw that I was the only one that was having white hair. So I realized that they scraped their own. But thank God that you kept yours. You know, a friend told me that they invited him for 35 years old boys celebration. I said, they are telling that you are old. Some of us are just growing up. I colored my own to be white. I will show you the dye. Chairman, Lagos State Branch, Benga Ismail, you are welcome. We want to let us know that the paper presented by Esvarbon Annual Benga Olaniyan will be sent to our email boxes. There was a hitch, and it was just delivered to us yesterday. That's why it's not a compendium. So we'll send, because I saw some of us playing through the book. I say, we are magicians. I will let you know where it is. So we'll send it to our email. We'll send messages to your, what they send to email? We'll send a prayer into your email boxes very soon. Now you remind me. We'll send the prayers into your email box. You know the type of prayer I'm sending? The new edition of the Green Book is available, like I said, when I was delivering my address. It's at the table at the entrance. Please get it's revised and the up-to-date. I want to respectfully call on the chairman of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers Registration Board as we put together our questions. Estate Surveyor and Valuer gets some Henshaw MFR to please help us one of the three discussed by people. My chairman, you don't want to stand on the existing road.
I have established distinguished panelists. I am so excited to have all of you here. I don't want to waste your time because we have very limited time to talk. And I'm just making these little notes so that the questions, so maybe people will have questions, which when I have spoken for this 1 minute on this discussions, they may not repeat the question. I will start with my very revered homogeny. Please, next year, if the Valuers Assembly still puts somebody to talk on ethics of this profession and integrity, please don't say last year they spoke on ethics. We will continue to talk on ethics until it becomes part of us. That is what I'm trying to tell all of us. So please don't ask us, why are you always talking about ethics? We will talk on ethics until we are all properly aligned. That is on homogeneous paper. On my revered friend Adamu, we didn't inform all of you here that we held a training session with the directors of lands all over the country. The essence was because the Land Use Act, where this compensation issue has been captured into the constitution of this country, so not much can be done. But that same act has provided for an appropriate officer. So we had a training with all appropriate officers. So that has given us a window as practitioners to assess the appropriate officers who are they are part of us. So all what Adamu said, we will use the appropriate officers to achieve what we want, as we cannot get it through the courts. Please, that is what I want to tell all of us. The appropriate officers are there. They have the same training like all of us, so we have had training with them, and they are ready to work for us to realize the results of what we want to do. Thank you. Then when I want to come to my very revered friend, not Okwaleke is last, Olaniyan, I want to confirm that the horse has bolted. The horse has bolted since when we had our conference in Kano, which topic was facility. Those who were there, they will remember. The first place we talked about facility management, who is in charge, was in Kano. And we agreed in that Kano conference that FM is our own. So the horse has bolted, but he says it's still within. So let us go and catch the horse. We were told to catch this horse in Kano, and we didn't run after the horse. The horse is still running. Please, I want to share with you that Horse has bolted, but we can still catch up. And you have told all of us here, yesterday when we were approving firms, I saw Anko. I asked my colleagues, I said, you have been preaching this issue of mega. Everybody, the 37 firms you have approved here, they are all Gershom, Henshaw, and Co. Itier and Co. There is no mega. And today, thank you, Lanio, you've told us what HFM has achieved by coming together. So please, this is food for thought. The last but not the least, Okwaleke, you know, Okwaleke believes that where there is a right, there is a remedy. And that is just a legal maxim. But what I want to confirm with him, why we ask him to talk here to all of us who have had little experiences, we have discovered that ADR has eased the way of doing business. And we should try to adapt it in all what we do. Landlord-tenant relationship, tenant and all what we do. If we can imbibe the principles of ADR and mediation, it has made our businesses easier. So please, this is to set the tone for the questions. We know why we ask all these people to talk on these topics. Thank you so much.
Better clap for my chairman. He's the only MFR in this building now. Am I right? So let's clap for him again. The immediate past president is online and he wants to ask a question. So media team, please look out for ASV Emma Wike. If you can get him, you can give him a sound so that he can give his question. I also want to let us know that years ago, while our first vice was vice chair of the board, we put together a complaint handling process for the board, and that is still on. You must familiarize yourself with it. So do you have any question here? I have some online already. I want to take numbers. I want to take only 3 physically. Rockwell, I've taken Rockwell. All male. Yes, lady there. Otumba, I have to call my past president too. I said 3. Huh? I have only 3 because of my time. Okay, if I have time, I'll call you. Straight to the point. You have only 1 sentence to make. So, Rockwell will take the first one. And there's a lady there. Mr. Ahe, please. Ms. Ahe has a question. Yes, Mrs. Ahe. Yes. Her husband is listening. I didn't say Miss, so I said Mrs. So. I said your husband is listening. I didn't say Miss. I said Mrs. So, so we have 1, 2, my past president 3. If I have time, I will take that lady there 4. I will take Otumba 5. I'll take Mahalaji Aminu 6. 7. 7 is a good number. Sir? Are we spiritual here? So let me take the first 3 and then we'll go on. So, yes, sir. No. Okay.
All protocols observed. The presenters have done a very great job for us this morning. My own is just to let us know that what they have said now, we should see how to preserve them. And we have had occasions like this to listen to words on valuation, and we have preserved it. Now, on all these topics which they have presented today to us, let us go ahead to also preserve them. There are others, like auctioneering. project management, at least those two. There are other active ones, but these ones, let's preserve them. And I want to plead with the board and the institution. You have to give our people strength to be able to come out with boldness that they are practicing these competencies. We have, our members have lost a lot of jobs, instructions in auctioneering. They will say, we want auctioneers. And these are people who don't even know anything about auctioneers, but because they have certificates. Our members are forced to go and collect those certificates. The same thing with arbitration. We will have many of us only living on arbitration because so much are there, but they don't have certification. So I am pleading that the board and the institution should work together to see how some of these that are active, our competency area, should have certification. All these things they have given us today, they are basis for the practice manual. They will be in the manual. You now have ethics for them. If you still go to ethics for each of them, there are still details that should be there, which maybe the green book is for all of us. Whether you are a auctioneer, whether you are, it's for all of us. But each of them should also have, and please, let's certify them. Let us make sure that they have certification which they can carry to apply for a job and to also show up with boldness when they are called outside to come and practice all this. That's even in FM, the same thing. That's why the IFMA people will say they are superior when it comes to FM, that we are not FM. Please, let's have certification for our competencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to give Ogaropo the mic. Please come forward. But just a minute, let's respect the elders. Come. The IPP, the immediate past president, is online. So please, let's give him room to speak. No, just wait. Yes, can we have him, please? Media.
Valuers Assembly. It has my. He
too has words here now. He's at the airport.
I want to be an
plane did not take off. The past president. Can we please increase the volume?
Yes, sir. Are you hearing me?
Now, clear.
Okay, thank you. Let me apologize for not coming physically like before, beyond my control. First, I want to comment on the Adam. My question is of the appropriate officer that had a constitution, the market value of that is the appropriate officer that should do that. Now, if we as estates of yours and valuers, we do not put our hands together, we see we're having the same problem. I think that the best thing for us to do is for us to work, because two valuers can party and value.
Thank you very much, Ms. My past president. I think his network is fluctuating.
The carrying authority will go ahead to do such valuation.
My past president. Yes, thank you, sir. Please send the message. Send it as a message to me so that I can read it for him. We will take all the questions and then.
I have done that already.
Okay. I've seen your text message. Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman of the board, permit me to stand on existing protocol. I have questions for you, sirs. Thank you. The first question is to Malam Kasumo. There is a divergence, difference between, what do you say, sir? Okay, ESB, pardon me. Okay. Between the procedures
recognized by the statutory provision when it comes to compensation, as per land payment being a refund, and the equator principle being a market base. With your experience and with ESV Francis Opalike, in court, which one will they actually go with? Knowing that equator principle is just an international benchmark, but when it comes to our jurisdiction matters. Which one would they go through? You can't go to court and then be basing your argument on, it's still the basis as recognized not by equator principle. That's number. And all the other items under equator principle, how can we bring it into the standard that will make us to stand and say, yes, based on the standard that is within jurisdiction, these are the procedure? That's a question. Thank you. To GF, sorry. Facility management has not gone beyond. I was opportune to work with international, firm, and I have insight on how they practice. A whole lot of their practice, they are still sourcing for manpower in Nigeria. They still make use of you and I. But with them, FM is more of documentation, and they dwell on data. For me, we have to find a way of incorporating data analytics into our standard. If I ask today that to just put up a simple income and expenditure budget on FM, and then provide the board and let them see how much they will be saving and how much they are spending. We really do not have it in probably in a database, but we have it in our file. I have heard severally the first vice, Mr. Adekunle Aluge, saying in the days of Oba Oju Talayo and the days of Alafia managing the high rises, how did they do it? And till today, those high rises, Baba Eshogosonya, they all did wonderfully well. So how can we bring in those expertise into our standard in order to help other growing people to come in? For ethics, ethics becomes so difficult sometimes when you are bidding for a job and you find out that a very respected member of the profession are violating it. And we have seen it played out. This is the truth. We need to tell ourselves. How is the board? Because for me, if I come for instance and said, Jago and Associate violated so, and so, will the board today, knowing that Jago, you haven't violated anything, Pastor? Will the board today take up Jago and Associate, or focusing on Akin Abraham and Associate, Akin Rocco Abraham, because we know him? You see, we have to find a way of incorporating that sincerity and fairness into play. So that's the question I'm putting to the board, is that if I bring a respected member of this profession to the board violating something in the market, will they take action? Because failure, I will take you up on that, sir. Failure to take them up is what is breeding that, action that I don't care. If I do it, they are not doing anything to the forerunner, they can't come for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the last point, as the vice chairman of the board, I want to respond. One of the challenges we have, noble colleagues, let's be sincere with ourselves. One of the challenges we have as a culture is that everybody wants to go to heaven. Nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to bail the cat. If you respond with particular name and state the incident to the board disciplinary, it will be taken up and there's a tribunal to try the person. But you see, I've had people call me as the vice chairman of the board. I've had this infringement and blah, 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 blah. I will say, can you just write? They say, no, it's not me that will write. Then how do you want to face the person? I mean, if you don't report it officially, we can't live on hearsay. So let's be courageous enough to stand by it. We just mentioned somebody's name now, Ganef Awemi. He went even against, he said, this is it. And you cannot be a judge. And now it's a point of reference. please let's be courageous enough. When we are courageous enough to take some of these stands, it will be better for all of us. And to bail the cat and stop all this nonsense. Thank you very much. So we have number 3. Yes, ma'am. I want to take all the questions together, and then the people they are firing will answer.
Chairman of the board, my president, past president present here, please, I beg to stand on existing protocol. First of all, I want to thank all the speakers. It's not easy to write. You can criticize, but sit down and write is not easy. So I thank you for this, and for this valuers assembly is a good thing. So we are going to start all over again where we stopped before. Having said that, I'm going to ask questions on compensation and acquisition. But before I start that, first of all, I want to look at equator principle. I said, what is this? I just found it is a framework for financial institutions to work on things like this. And I said, will it take precedence over the Land Use Act? We've asked that. We know it will not. But then I went further to check what it is, and I found that it is for projects that are more than $10 million and above. So I said, okay, we're on safe ground. How many of such projects can we do around here? Thank you. Having said that, we already know now, we now know it cannot take precedence over the Land Use Act. But then, for us to do justice to this case, this matter of acquisition and compensation, we need to look at it in whole. What do I mean? If we don't look at it, we will just be wasting our time and making noise, as our brother Benga has said. Because acquisition and compensation has to do with the government on one hand and the people on the other hand. In as much as I want the people to be paid adequate compensation, it's very important that we look at everything properly. Why? Yes, I want the people to be paid adequate compensation. I also want a situation whereby we do things along global best practice. And that involves not only what we do as professionals, but all other things we see advanced countries do and would like. Like, for example, why is it that when you build on right of way, you are looking for compensation? Right of way of government, where they will have to expand their roads for all of us. Overnight, you see people building. They have no building approvals. And you want us to pay for such? I'm saying it, but today I'm in government. Tomorrow I'll be outside government. But we want to do things properly. People that do not have building approvals, they don't have title to land. Overnight, they plant trees, economic trees. We should look at those things so that we will not be seen to be making noise and we cannot do anything. So let us take everything in total so we'll do it well. And this our noble profession will remain the noble profession it should be. Thank you.
Number 4, I have quite a number of questions online that I want to respect. Please, ma'am. Number 5, you can come. So we'll take, please, straight to the question. All existing protocols observed, all the commendations. We have a full house. Let's put our hands together for the organizing committee. And we also have 360 people online. They have not dropped one since we started. 360 online. So I think it's a good record.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The board, just permit me. Second, My question goes to ESV Kasumu on compensation. Okay. Sir, I want to, it's an appeal, because I have so many questions, but let me just on appeal. When we are being given a job, we're being a consultant or an attorney, there is a particular problem we always have, is no publication, adequate publication. That is, at times, when you go out there to see your claimant or to meet with your claimant, they'll be asking you, do you have publication on this? You now be like an idiot. This is KBC, you asked us a question when you came to our office the last time on the right of way. I think you remember that. Can I have the publication on the particular the project? We started asking the question, writing letters. The publication is very important. That is, entry notice is very important. Because I had a meeting yesterday, they were asking us, can I have the publication? Nothing to show for it, sir. That is an appeal. So the second question, let me just say this. Why do we have discrepancies in crops rates for compensation within different ministries and parastatals of a federal government with variance in geopolitical zone having different values for same crops? That is another one. Secondly, the obsolete rates that are subject of review periodically as provided as remain static since inception as they become an enmity to making compensation acceptable to claimants because they can't be reinstated to their initial states. What do we do, sir? So, please.
Thank you. Otumba, please, Malam, please come. I think after this, I'll just take the online questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Starting on the assisting protocol. My question to ESV Adamokasumo, actually, it's not really a question, but I think it should also be directed to the board. Compensation valuation templates. Very, very important. Just to, because we have a lot of activities militating with ethics and value on site. I believe by the time we have this, it will help a long way in the future activities in compensation. So I'm directing that to the board. The second one is on arbitration, sir. Can arbitrator impose judgment? Maybe I believe it has to be win-win situation at times, but can they impose judgment? And can I also tell the court, if a client sue me to court, can I tell the court that I prefer arbitration instead of, because of to save time and other for resolution? Then I want to ask ESV Benga Olaninyo, sir, place of certification, because capacity to me look like large number, the skill and unskilled people around you. What to role the place of certification in FM? Because I believe that projects me more to my clients through my profile, even before they can meet with me. So I want to know the place of certification in FM, in securing FM job. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I will want to stay on the existing protocol. My questions goes directly to Still ESV Malam Adamu Kasim. Right, in your submissions, you've made mentions of voluntary processes in land acquisition. Please, can you shed more light on these voluntary processes as the first option as provided by the law? Thank you.
ASV Malam Adamu Kasimu. So many bullets fired at you. God will help you. Madam, no, I will give Madam she wants to assist you with a life experience that will help you. You know, she retired as a permanent secretary in that same MNI. She's also a member of the National Institute. So on both sides, she completed the railway. I won't tell anybody that one.
My chairman of board, the president, please permit me to adopt the already established protocol. I just want to share a little experience for the benefit of all of us that are here. You know, I've been hearing people have been talking about equator principle, and I just wonder. The truth of the matter is Section 44 of the Constitution actually says that must be adequately compensated. So the interpretation of your adequate is dependent on the appropriate officer. I was an appropriate officer in Lagos State, and I recall very well the link bridge of the Lekki Ikoyi, where the thing touched down at Ikoyi at Alexandra. I did the compensation. And what I did there was not ground rent. I can assure you. It wasn't ground rent at all. And it wasn't just depreciated replacement cost of that house. What I did was to actually let the man have exactly the value of what his property was. I wrote the memo, I justified it, and Fashola paid it. In fact, what I did, I recommended that the house be given to him at Paview, and then we paid additional sum of ransom money for him. It's on record. The same thing I did at, for those who know Lagos, Obogunji, where the transfer loading station is. It was just a bare land. Ordinarily, what we should have given him was just the ground rent for that year, if he was paid. I wrote my memo, justified it, and said, no, the value of this land is so much, and so the man has to be paid so much. And I quoted the Constitution, because the Constitution says he must be adequately compensated. So, look, we need to do our job. We are estate surveyors and valuers. We are not, even if you are a land officer in the ministry, does not take the fact that you are an estate surveyor and valuer. You should know the value of a property. You want to tell me that I have a land in Koyi, 4,000 square meters, and then you tell me that you are going to give me ground rent for that land? We will go to Supreme Court, and I will get justice, I can assure you. So for me, it's a matter of knowing what you should do and knowing your land law. You know, the truth of the matter is, Land Use Act is subsumed in the Constitution. It's not superior to Constitution. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is the most superior, law in the country. And so that supersedes any law that is made. And so once you justify it, it will be paid. I have done it severally. I've just mentioned to you two. I did several. And it was paid adequately.
A very round sound applause for her. Now I see the secret. Ma'am, I'm knowing now that you are the officer involved. No, I was with an admiral who was commending that they took that land from his friend, and that he was surprised the way the person. I told the admiral, I said, I know my colleagues in Alausa did it. Now I know the person who did it. My client's friend. He said he was shocked. The man was almost at loss. That you mean they will just take this from him, and then he will be left stripped naked? But that the man smiled at the end of the day, because an officer did the right thing. Let's put our hands together. So anywhere you find yourself, you must do the right thing. We have 13 minutes for this. Most of the questions here are meant for Alhaji Kasumu. Online. You are in trouble. It's possible. Is it possible to? It's possible. It's impossible to build a depreciated house. For compensation to be fair, the owner of a 4-bedroom house should be able to reconstruct or build a 4-bedroom house, nothing more or less. I think this controversy needs to be debated from the principle of equitable and equivalent compensation. So that's for Alhaji Kasumu. So this question is also for Kasumu. Ask, how do we strike the balance between statutory procedure and equitable procedure? You have heard that. Are there other benchmark a valuer can consider in valuing loss of income for farmers whose farmland was seized through compulsory acquisition. This bearing in mind that many farmers earn much better than minimum wage in the country. My question is for Kasumu Adamu. Considering the much said about bringing facility management under regulation of Esvarbon, what is the board doing to actualize this? The board, is it ethical for SS Surveyor and Valuer to carry out valuation to arrive at a value set by the client? Please speak more on this, on ethics. Also on ethics, there's a question here which you have answered, but you can answer it again by passing, maybe the person missed it. Say the instance you gave, declaring 180 million to your client, giving room for value review. What if that client adopts 180? Is that not misleading? Somebody is asking that I want to speak online, but I think we don't have time for that, because in the next 30 minutes we must be back here. ASV Dr. Chris Ezendu. We have directors of lands at national and state level. What effort is the board and the institution doing towards having Valuer General to come? Appropriate officer is the statutory officer responsible to provide rates applicable for compensation valuation. Most of them do the bidding of power that be at every point. What's the way forward? I think Madam has answered that. Justify it with appropriate rules and condition. Henry Amosigo, why should valuers take a portion of a property and pay peanuts? For example, they take your kitchen, parking lot, toilet, leaving the property valueless. Dr. Ohiri, I'm very much worried about the low ethical performance of our members. The institution itself appears to be overwhelmed by overbearing attitude of some members who turn larger than our rules. What do we do? Dr. Gambo, how do we tackle the issue of corruption in compensation matters, especially when valuers connive with government officials to shortchange the property owners? ASV Shola, you have one line to speak. You have been raising your hand since, and I've been trying to avoid you.
Thank you. Let me stand on already established protocols. My question, well, shall I say an observation is this. For the board, we spoke about ethics a while ago, as well as things that we should do as SOS and valuers in the course of our practice to stand us out. This is my issue. I'll take a case in point, the complaints handling procedure. That particular idea came, I think, when the first vice was on the board. And I need to just elaborate. And we also had a compliance officer at the board who was supposed to ensure that the directives of the board, including matters that pertain to the complaints handling procedure, were enforced, were practiced by members. But till date, it was just a directive that came out, nothing happened. You see, I think that the board should find very potent mechanisms of enforcement. We come here every time, we complain that ethics are going down, and I think we play lip service also to the issue of ethics. But until we begin to actively and proactively handle this, the follow-up or the directives of the board, we said, for example, that valuers should use the Green Book. There are many valuers today who do not use the Green Book. And these things go on unabated. We are speaking about FM here and the practices and the best practices that we should adopt, yet valuers do not do what they should do. The truth is, until we hold ourselves to the expected standards as professionals, we will just continue playing lip service, and people around who are businessmen keep pushing us aside without the society having the benefits of our training and our relevance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him. I want to give our panelists 2 minutes each. I don't know where to start, but before I do that, I want to recognize a friend in the house, Mr. Taufik Olatinwo. He's the head ICT of Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company. He came in with the director the federal ministry to show solidarity to us. It shows that we have a good friend in the house. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. He came with Mr. ESV Collins. So, should we leave him last, since most of this church was fired at him? Yes, then he will have 3 minutes. Can we start from you, sir? 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and 3.
I have 3 questions here. The first one, I think that was Sakiropo. I've subtitled it Bringing Back the Standards, because you have mentioned that firms previously handled mega properties. Indeed, I worked for Fox & Company 1987 to 1992. We managed Western House. We managed New Africa House. I remember us managing 21 Temple. That's a 12-floor building with 22 apartments. So it's nothing new in the system. But I believe what happened was that these companies came in with what we call swag. They came in, they wowed our clients, they have come in with solid presentations. I remember we were asked to make a pitch, and when I say we, this was even before Edge FM, for a consulting job. And we were pitching against one of these international companies. When we were invited to make the presentation, I was happy that I went personally. What I was told was that they had initially discounted our presentation. But hearing from me, they now realized that we can do this job, and we got the job. While we were on the job, I called secretly for the presentation of this firm. Our document was 15 pages. Theirs was 68. It included maps, pictures. You just look at it and say, these guys can do the job. So we just need to step up our game. Our presentations have, look, let's cut all the rubbish. The entire world, majority of how you get a foot in there is your packaging. It's now up to you to get the job done. Because HFM that I've just talked about, it's still, we are estate surveyors. We are the one who have brought it about. What we need to now do is advocacy to ensure that we get our names out there as the right people to do FM. The second one talks about the place of certification in FM. I would say this cautiously, that every assignment or every job we have bidded for, none of the bid documents has asked for your certification. The leading certification organization now, whether we like it or not, is IFMA. But I still do not think that any, it's not like valuation, where if you are not Esvarbon registered, you cannot do valuations here. So there is still a gap there, because each time we drop our IFMA certification, but no one has asked us for certification. What they keep asking for is details of your competence, your track record, and who's behind the organizations. The third one, which has to do with regulating FM, clearly that's for the board, and I think I would leave it for the board to answer when we're rounding up. Thank you very much.
Okay. I have 3 questions, two from Adegoke and one Urokbo. The first question he asks, can an arbitrator impose judgment? An award is equivalent to judgment of the court. That's the end product of an arbitral process. And it's final. You only take it to court for enforcement. and there is limited grounds for, you don't appeal. You only challenge it if there are flaws, procedural flaws. Even the new act narrowed, because we litigate a lot here, despite the tight procedure that you cannot challenge, we still find a lot of frivolous, challenge in court. But the new act now, it removed misconduct, so many of ambiguous provisions litigants exploit. So that's for the first. The second question, he said, can a disputant tell a court that he prefers arbitration? No, arbitration is contractual. Is in your contract. Once you have it in your contract and the party, there is a dispute, you go to court, the court will send you back. But the new act, under the old one, it was may, because a court, if you file exchange, they can continue. But the new act now, made shall, a court cannot entertain. Once there is an arbitration clause, is mandatory, will send you back. The only way, if both, because it's party autonomy, even if you don't have an arbitration clause, and you recognize you want to maintain your relationship or the time, you can enter into, they call it a submission agreement. You sign, agree. That's, you activated the arbitration. Even the new act too, the electronic system there. Then the last Robo, he talked about claims. In an arbitration process, there is flexibility. You find out certain claims that go through arbitration, that cannot go through the court. That's why business is an international arbitration. It goes through, like the one against Nigeria. You find out Evidence Act, those strict rules don't play. A lot of expert witnesses, if you prove through documentary evidence, through your experts, that you find out the intent now, a lot of homunculus claims, DCF, you prove what you've lost, both the past, and even like the one against Nigeria, for 20 years, what they are able to convince the arbitral panel that this is the contract, what they are supposed to make for 20 years. If they show evidence, bring in relevant experts, and the flexibility associated with it, and the interest factor, even the new act now, certain interest is restricted in litigation, but it's open, simple, compound, is not anchored in central bank, and it's for you to convince the panel and for you to defend. There is flexibility, and you can entertain all sorts of experts. So it depends on your case and how you are able to position your claim. That's why it's multidisciplinary. For a construction claim, for a real estate claim, you get the relevant experts. Do your evaluation, do your discounted flow to capture your loss. What you cannot get through court, it can go through in arbitration. So far it's founded by, covered by expert witness. Is okay?
Thank you. We're running out of time because we must join by 2 o'clock on the dot and want to quickly have lunch. Daddy, you have 2 minutes, sir.
I think I addressed the last question by the guy online. And he says, if, for example, the illustration I gave, if you discuss the value of 180 million with your clients, and it sticks to that 180 million, what is there to it? Yes, in total intent and purpose, the valuation you've done, what you've done is to know the actual value, which should be your lower limit, and then maybe an upper value. If I may illustrate further, if your open market value gives you, at the end of the day, 180 million, and then you know that you can do some parameter. If you adopt hardcore, it can enhance the value. And mind you, value is not fixed, but the upper value should be a value you know you can defend. That's the most important thing. It's not just doing valuation, it's your ability to defend your figure. So if your client adopts 180 million, fair enough, but at the end of the day, even where in your conscience you now decide to give an upper value, I think your client will be happy for it. The other question is about violation of bidding process by high-placed surveyors. That's where the issue of ethics comes in. The ethics, like I said earlier on, values are imbibed right from the family, right from home. And as you obtain into the profession, you bring in those values, coupled with the values that the profession teaches you. You should not undercut. That is given. But at the end of the day, what happens is you as a surveyor, you have to satisfy your conscience. If you know you've done the right thing, fair enough. But if you have not, I'll give you an illustration. I was asked to bid for valuation of some assets. The assets had to do with filling stations and depots and what have you. Of course, why do you bid? Is you make your proposal and you know that your fees are based on the scale of charges. But most bidders, like all of you know, they will insist that you give a particular figure, a lump sum. All I did was to do a cursory valuation and arrive at what the valuation fee would be. And, well, with a discount and what, I arrived at something like 30 million. Say, okay. But you won't believe it. The day we were to appear for the interview, I saw some of our colleagues. In fact, I didn't know them from Adams. They came from the top farms. But that will show you, those were younger people who ordinarily, if myself at 60-something, 70, I'm at a place, and people, you can understand, I didn't quite know them. And after the process, they interviewed, incidentally, I think they came there before me and they were interviewed before me. And then they now saw my figure and said, oh God, they were deferring to me really. I said, in fact, we want you to do this job because you have been doing it for us. I've done valuation for them severally. But like they scaled up and they put a process in place. I told them, I said, sorry, there's no way I can come down. Your colleagues, he must tell you. I'm very sorry to say this. Some have bidded 3.5 million and 4 million. I said, well, if that's what you want, fair enough. Do you know that they later called me and started pleading that I should accept a figure like 5 million? I said, no. In fact, there are certain times you have to hold your ground. Why did I say no? It wasn't as if I didn't need money. But in the interest of my profession, how do they see us as professionals? And I really had a number of people there who really knew me and knew my profession. So for the dignity, talking of dignity, of myself and the profession, I just had to say no. I really want to appreciate Mrs. Patola because I really wanted to, even though it's not within my whatever, but on her stand on compensation. Everything depends on us as surveyors. You have our land officers in ministries. And when you come up with a valuation that is not in tandem with, well, the so-called Land Use Act, of course, they'll be the first to cry blue mother. But ordinarily, you and I know, like she has said, the constitution says that you should be compensated adequately. And let the mistake not be made. The LUA is not superior to the Constitution. All we have to do, let's not be afraid of going to court on matters. It's a pity there's a particular case where a valuation was done based on open market value. And the guy went to court, At the end of the day, of course, the court found in his favor. The only thing is that you have to marshal your points and be on top of your job. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for him. Sorry, we are running out of time. The questions that are online, we'll do as much as possible to send it to the panelists so that we can send reply back to you. You can also go to the website and give us your feedback about the assembly so that we can know what to do. Elijah Dabu.
Thank you. Well, I think I have about 8 questions, but I couldn't get that of the immediate past president. However, to start with, when I was coming into Lagos yesterday, to the island yesterday, through the Third Mainland Bridge, by the right, I don't know the name of that area. It's a big slum by the right, one big slum. I just looked at it and said, this is another area of, that's an opportunity for resettlement planning. Because whether we like it or not, resettlement planning is a new business area for estate surveyors and valuers. Then my colleague Akiropo asked what he was asking for. What he asked of is about gap analysis between the values based on the Land Use Act and based on the EP, the Equator Principles. We have managed that situation before in one of our project sites, and you have to provide 2 value opinions. One based on the principles applied by the state concerned, and a second opinion based on the Equator Principles. So you now have a variance. So the gap between the EP and the LUA, we now consider them now as livelihood restoration issues. So those figures now, it is left for the project to now pay that extra. But what is being paid and documented is based
Recording in progress.
Is based on the Land Use Act. So the surplus is handled as livelihood restoration, under livelihood restoration programs. So some are cash-based, some are incentivized, depending on how the valuer presents the issue. Now, number 3, issue of government in charge of compensation. Yes, that is Madam here. Yes, it is true. Government is in charge of compensation. And it is good that you checked the Equator Principles, noting that it has a $10 million cap. But remember, in infrastructure projects, if the Nigerian government has its money, or Lagos State government has its own funds, it doesn't need to implement the Equator Principle. But where you are bringing funds from a signatory to that principle, a signatory bank to that principle, you must comply with their requirements. It's just like you need evaluation before you get a mortgage, you need this and that. That's what it is. So, and to handle the gap is exactly how I mentioned it earlier in this thing. So it's not a big deal. Number 4, notices of revocation. I mentioned it here, that most of us are guilty of this issue. You will just be asked, issue the letter, go and prepare valuation. Nobody asked, where is the revocation notice? Because certainly an informed claimant will ask you, where is the notice? Because the law says that the governor shall revoke. The governor shall revoke. And for you to operate under Section 29 of the Land Use Act, you must ensure that Section 28 has been fully complied with. No revocation, no valuation for compensation under the Land Use Act. And that is, the lawyers that are here will confirm that to us. Then the next question is on voluntary processes in land acquisition. Yes, a project, no government can revoke land and allocate that land to another private entity. It's not done like that. All revocations are supposed to be for public purposes. So if you are a businessman coming to invest in the power sector, going by the Power Reform Act, you want to do a transmission line. What that law says is that try and access your land from the owners. It's there in the law. It's only where you can't that the government takes responsibility, and now that the right now is now vested in the federal government. That's TCN holds that right on behalf of the federal government. So the law encourages that you go for voluntary processes first. It's only if you cannot that you can now invoke Section 28 sub 4 of the Land Use Act. Issue of equity, I think I have talked about it. Loss of farmers. Okay, somebody criticized the fact that I mentioned that I used minimum wage of 30,000 naira for 6 months as this thing. That's a very good one. And I want to mention here, please, where we carry out valuation for compensation, and all what we do is to take record from the land office of whether you have paid your rent or you don't. You count the trees and measure buildings. I think we need to be very careful. Any other person can do that. The only thing protecting us is the stamp. So where you have opportunity of taking decision on how much I should give this man as a valuer, now you are valuing for sustainability. You are not just valuing property, you are valuing for sustainability. So these sustainable practices requires that you should take your own decision in preparing your valuation. So you are at liberty to choose the method you want, but we choose the minimum wage because to us it's more legal. Corruption, I don't have solution to corruption. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for him. The board chairman, the president, will walk to the left to have a short meeting. You want to have a word, sir? Kabiyesi, sir, you will walk with the board chairman to the left to have a short meeting there, sir. That meeting is for about 5-10 minutes. All our past presidents and elders, board members, first vice, sir, you will be in the team, sir. There's a short meeting you want to hold there for about 5 minutes.
My chairman, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. My issue, I know, the raining areas where we work so much now is compensation. That's why you started receiving so many bullets. Just as you said, we have forgotten some other old functions we used to do. My problem with compensation, I just told the board chairman, we overbloat it. That has been our major problem. You will just see maybe a 10-kilometer road, you just say 10 billion. How do we pay? We have so many outstanding payments. We should talk to ourselves. Bush, just ordinary bush, maybe 50 kilometers. You said 15 billion. How? That is the problem. Most government cannot pay. So please, we should talk to our conscience. Issue of ethics. So that's just my contribution, if only because most ministries, they don't pay. Very few state government can withstand that, like Rivers. Even Edo cannot even withstand it anymore. We just want to make that money as if we want to make all the money and just go away like that. That's our problem. So we should think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Chairman of the Board, on your behalf, I want to thank the panelists. I will have a short, we on the panel will have a picture now, so we can have that for records, and then we will join the Chairman of the Board and the President in that short meeting. We want to send, what do they send to the email again now? So we want to go and do some prayers there. So let's put our hands together for these panelists, please. I was not the one that talked about prayer. You are the one that talked about prayer. So thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, please, while we take the photo shoots. All those who are praying and the other on the left, please finish your prayers and join us quickly. Media, can you please link them up so that we can start the needful with them? Media, let's connect them on. Mr. Omare, connect them so that we can start. Link them up. Please, we have them live now. Welcome, Mr. Bill Johnston. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I can hear you very well. Yes, good morning to you. Good afternoon in Nigeria. Thank you for this time. We would like to have you right away. Please, you can start your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, everybody. It's a real honor to be able to get an opportunity to present this group. I'm going to introduce myself here in a second, then we're going to get right into the presentation. But I did just want to, for the group or the organizer.
Recording in progress.
I have a co-presenter, Ray Rath, who's logged in, who should get promoted also to a panelist who's co-presenting with me. I can certainly handle the presentation in the meantime, but if somebody could please work on that, that would be great. So my name is Bill Johnston. It's nice to meet you. Really, it's an honor to be able to present to this group. If you have any questions, please ask. I am CEO of Empire Valuation Consultants. I've been at Empire my entire career. 29 years. I don't want to take up too much of your time going through my credentials and everything, but I'm past chair of the Business Valuation Committee of the American Society of Appraisers. I've taught classes including on valuing intangible assets. I have a specialty in tangible asset designation, and my team, one of the things we specialize in is valuing intangible assets for purchase price allocation purposes. So it's really great to be able to present to the group. Pretty soon my colleague Ray should be joining us, but Ray and I have presented together many times over the years, so it's almost like in some ways one of us is presenting. So I'm going to, unless somebody interrupts me and, oh, okay, they're sharing the screen now. Okay, good. So if you can just then skip through here to the next, past the bios. So that is Ray. Looks like a friendly guy, and you'll get to meet him shortly. That's myself. You already saw me. You can keep going. This is just an overview. We'll get into the specifics, but we're going to give you a background. We're going to give you a high-level idea of what the approaches are. We're going to get into some specifics. What was done here was a very lengthy PowerPoint deck was put together. There's no way we would be able to cover all the information in it in the time we have. But the thought was we wanted you to have something to reference in addition to what we had time to cover in terms of intangibles. And feel free to reach out to any of us anytime you need to. You can go to the next slide. So yeah, again, this is just a general time allocation. I'm not so sure. Just, we're going to get into some intro background. Then we're going to get on specifics on approaches and a few things about certain IP, like technology is obviously an interesting one. And this is the general time allocation. Now you can go to the next slide.
Okay, Bill, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right.
Now then you next want to get your video on, Ray.
Okay, I thought I did.
Or maybe not. Maybe I can't see you and they can.
Yeah, I think my video's on.
Okay.
So
Okay, go ahead. I was just actually getting, you can intro yourself and start with section 1.
Very good. All right, this is Ray Rath. Apologies for a little bit of a late start. I'm just back from a couple of weeks in Turkey, and I'm here in Los Angeles, so time zones are a bit different, and I'm trying to catch up on things after a very nice break. So, my background, Bill and I have indeed taught a lot together, so we'll very much share the mic with everybody throughout our next couple of hours together. Bill gave his background. My background is I have 45 or so years in business and intangible asset valuation. Been very active with Bill and the American Society of Appraisers in education and development activities to help advance the valuation profession. So as far as firms, I've worked with Big Four accounting firms and their valuation services practices for over 30 years. I'm now a managing director at a large accounting firm, Baker Tilly, which is international in scope, and continuing to both work actively with all sorts of clients in intangible asset valuations, as well as efforts to advance the valuation profession. So look forward to our time together with everyone today. And I would say that we have limited time, and Bill noted we're going to be going through a bunch of slides real quickly. Definitely very open to any inquiries people have in the future. And much of the deck is an extract from a American Society of Appraisers course, Business Valuation 301, which deals with intangible asset valuation. So we're kind of sticking our toes in the water, so to speak. If this is something that's of interest and relevant to you, I would encourage you to consider enrolling in the ASA BV 303 course on intangible asset valuations. That's 3 days and it's much more detailed, so this is a very summary introduction to everyone. So thank you all for your time. And I guess I can kind of continue with the introduction just so that Bill and I kind of keep to our assigned roles. And we've talked together a lot, so Bill and I will be kind of sharing the microphone together, and look forward to our time together. So if we could put the slide deck back up, that'd be great. Very good. Yeah, I mean, let's jump on through. Next slide. Okay, yeah, so one quick thought is that both area and as far as guidance goes, the guidance on intangible asset valuation that's in the financial reporting world under US GAAP, and more importantly to the people in this meeting, International Financial Reporting Standards, provides some very useful guidance on intangible asset valuation. So anything in the financial reporting world is very well thought out. It's a very public process as far as valuation guidance as it relates to intangible assets that the accounting standard setters have put together. So that's just kind of a note. So if you do have any questions or looking for resources, the accounting world has done a pretty good job of trying to clarify what is a very complex world in a complex technical area. Next slide. So I think everybody, excuse me, would understand and appreciate how important intangible assets are to the economy. So the next bunch of slides, we'll go through them real quickly, but the key thought is that as far as value creation in the world today, we've clearly moved from a physical asset type of setting in many areas to an area where intangible assets are much more important. So the next few slides will just kind of provide different evidence to demonstrate that. So next slide, please. Okay, this just really discusses the fact that intangible assets are highly scalable. So if we think about companies like Google and their search engine, Microsoft and its software, those are highly scalable, and because of that, there's just incredible value creation. So, we can go in the ASA course, we go into a lot more detail on that type of stuff, but just kind of a statement, and let's kind of quickly click through the next few slides, which will just demonstrate that. And if there is a way to give control of the slide deck to Bill and myself, we're certainly glad to do that, because that could possibly speed things up. But we'll keep kind of prompting you on things. So just some insights on intangible assets and why they're so important. I think you can take a look at this. We've bolded some of the key items to make these very wordy slides easier to follow. So unlimited scale. Once Google invested in its search engine, people flock to that, and the profit margins at Google are very high, just because once you've got the software up and running, the incremental costs for additional revenue generation are very, very modest. So firms like Google and Microsoft have very high profit margins and high levels of profitability, just because of the fact that their intangible assets create significant benefits to the firms. Okay, next slide. We can keep going. This is a pretty basic thought regarding intangible assets. So this just really shows, as far as the market value of public companies, this just shows you the beige area is intangible assets and their relative share of the value of corporations. So just shows you how the economy has changed and how intangible assets have become much more important to the value of companies. And this, and I think the next 5 or 6 slides will demonstrate that. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is real quickly, the few items that are bolded in this are intangible assets. So this is in 2009, a large drug company was acquired, and drug companies, as you might guess, are typically full of intangible assets. They have drug formulations that have received government approvals across the globe. And the items that are bolded are basically the intangible asset values. So this company was acquired for $68 billion, and these are the different assets of the company. So you can see that intangible assets are a huge share of that, the identifiable intangible assets, this next row in process R&D, and then goodwill. So intangible assets are indeed, the key value drivers for an increasing number of companies. Next slide. And this just shows how the economy has kind of shifted from land-based to machinery-based to intangibles-based. Next slide. So again, a slide demonstrates the value migration. Why don't we jump to what looks like maybe slide 19, I think. The slide that says, just to kind of speed us up on this, definitions of intangible assets. So the next few slides, those all basically are other evidence of the intangible assets values at different companies. Okay, very good. So here's the accounting definitions of intangible assets. So assets without physical substance. However, that's you could say that a stock certificate or a security, it doesn't have physical substance, but securities are excluded. So basically, if you're looking for some good definitions of intangible assets, I would say go to the accounting guidance. Go to International Accounting Standard 38, go to International Financial Reporting Standards, and those will provide you with some very good insights. Next slide. Intellectual property, we'll talk a little bit about that. Intellectual property is basically a subset of intangible assets. We'll have some slides that list out different types of intangible assets, but IP is just a subset. So intangible assets include a lot of things like favorable contracts, customer relationships. Intellectual property are basically a subset of intangible assets. It includes creations of the mind, things like that. So patents, things like that. Next slide. Okay, we can skip this. I think we've covered that sufficiently. Okay. Technology is a very key intangible asset. So from our experience in technology, brand names and customer relationships are all intangible assets. Those are three of the more important intangible assets that are in place. There are a lot of additional intangible assets, but these are technology and brands as well as customers are some of the key ones. Next slide. Okay. Just something from the WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization. That's also an interesting source of information on intangible assets for those of you that are interested. I do think the accounting guidance is a bit more helpful. Next slide. The accounting guidance under International Financial Reporting Standards and U.S. GAAP include 3 different groups of intangible assets, and that's a helpful framework to identify intangible assets. So these 5 groups are technology intangibles, marketing intangibles such as brand names, trade names, and the like. There can be contract-based intangible assets. Favorable customer contract might be an example. A customer contract or a favorable contract could be an intangible asset. Customer-related intangibles. Customers, if you don't have customers, you don't have revenues. If you don't have revenues, you don't have cash flows. So customer-related intangible assets are very important. Artistic-related intangibles are another group. I live and work in Los Angeles, which is, everyone would know is a big media center. So I deal with artistic-related intangibles all the time. I think many people won't, but if you're in the right place at the right time, you may well get involved in artistic-related intangibles. That would be film libraries, any type of entertainment content. Many items under that. Next slide. Just a listing of different types of technology. Real quickly, technology could be patented. That's item A. It could be unpatented. That's item C. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the presentation. Strategies as far as do we try to obtain a patent on technology can be important. So a drug company would in essence have to obtain approvals and patents and protections on their drug formulations in order to sell those. A software company may decide that, we may not even be able to get a patent, but they may decide that it's best to just not patent their assets. So that's a very broad, complex issue that can pop up, but far beyond the scale of what we have time to address today. Next slide. This is just a listing of the marketing intangibles. The key thing is trade names. Next slide. And then all sorts of customers are a key asset. So as I mentioned earlier, next slide. And then we can skip this as just examples of various artistic-related intangible assets. And then contract-based, so leases, permits, franchise agreements. So there's a public company, there used to be a public company that was a large Burger King franchisee that had a very high value. So having a franchise agreement, either as a franchisor or a franchisee, can be a very important asset. It basically allows a company to operate a Burger King, a McDonald's, a Starbucks restaurant, things like that. Next slide. Okay, this is just a definition of an asset. Over the years that I've been involved, it can be helpful to understand what the concept of an asset actually is. In the financial reporting world, Bill and I have frequently had this type of issue pop up. So don't have time to get deeply into this, but the accounting guidance does provide some useful information as far as, okay, what really is, like it's if you deal with these types of issues and their complexities, it actually can be important. So that's just a quick note. Next slide. Okay, yeah, if we can. Yeah, okay, we can keep going to the next slide. Okay, so, all right, with that, Bill, I'll let you kind of give an overview of high-level valuation observations.
Sounds good. Thanks, Ray. We can go to the next slide. So just very briefly here, here are some of the reasons why you might need to get IP valued. We're kind of doing the standard approach, giving you the backdrop, and then we'll get into specifics later about how to do the valuation work. There's a lot of reasons why you might need to get intangibles valued. Ray mentioned he and I do a lot of financial reporting related work. So for example, a company might buy a company and you have to report the value of its assets on the balance sheet, so you'd have to value intangibles. Different forms of litigation, including infringement, is a widely known and typical case where there's some kind of infringement on IP and there's litigation. There's a lot of tax-related work, sometimes lending-related work, transaction-related, etc. We can go to the next slide. So we're going to get into these approaches more in a bit, but in valuation in general, whether you're valuing intangibles or a business or other things, there's three approaches: cost approach, market approach, income approach. So cost approach is often the simplest of the approaches in terms of you're really just estimating the cost to recreate, not necessarily replicate, but recreate the functionality of the asset. We'll get into more about like when you might use these approaches and things like that in a bit. Market approach, so this is commonly used in some cases, including business valuation, real estate valuation, etc. We try to find similar companies or properties or things like that, and you use those as comparables. And you look at multiples based on price and things like that. And then income approach is usually the most detailed, in-depth approach, where you're looking at value based on what future cash flow is expected to be and what the risk is related to that. And again, we'll get into, we're going to cover each of these approaches in more detail in a bit. But we just want to give you an introduction to that, and then mention intangibles are different in terms of approach, in that it's rare you're going to find a good market comparable on intangibles. It's rare that there's public information available that you can use, and it's also, if somebody already has valuable IP, usually they're going to use that to their own benefit in their business, versus separately. So market approach is rare. It's, there are rare exceptions, but it's rarely used to value intangibles. So depending on the intangible, usually the cost and income approaches are used. And again, we'll get into more about when and how you might do that. Next slide, please. I'm just going to, this is really a more U.S. specific related to charitable contributions. That's one of the reasons you might need something in the U.S. But I think we can, for this, we can go to the next slide. Can we go to the next slide, please? There we go. Okay, I think in this section, this is a good chart here to talk about in terms of when you think about, my understanding is that some of the audience here has more of a background in real estate valuation or machinery and equipment or personal property in some cases. And, it's interesting to think about, okay, the differences between, say, valuing a business, valuing real estate, valuing an intangible asset. In some cases, they're similar, and then in some cases, they're different. And this is a nice graph that illustrates that. And, just we'll pick a few examples here. But like, for example, if you're valuing a business, you're looking at all of the income, all of the cash flow. But if you're valuing a business that has real estate or it has an intangible, you're only looking at a portion of the income. If you're valuing a business, you're usually, even though there's risk, you're usually assuming cash flow goes in indefinitely or into perpetuity. But if you're valuing an intangible or a fixed asset, you know, a tangible asset, usually you're assuming a certain useful life. In terms of risk, and you know, we reflect risk in a discount rate, and the discount rate. And when it says usually lower for business value, that's compared to an intangible asset. Usually, tangible assets have lower rates of return than the business does as a whole. But this is compared to intangible assets. Your business valuation discount rate and your tangible asset rate are usually lower, and that's we'll get into why more later, but intangibles usually have higher rates of return than tangible assets do. You have to, for tangible and intangible assets, you have to consider obsolescence. That's not normally in a business valuation. Transactional data might be easier for a business, or maybe real estate or something very useful, or the data is not going to be very available to find. So it's really interesting. Your perspective can change, and your assumptions will change depending on what kind of valuation that you're using. Next slide, please. And then we're not going to sort of ask you to memorize these if you're not familiar with them yet, but what we're going to be talking about here for a few minutes is it does matter to know the general conceptual framework that you're using. So there's the number crunching you do, but it does matter in terms of, it does come up in specific engagements, what kind of perspective you're using when you do evaluation. And so on this page and on the next page, there are definitions. One is for financial reporting for /accounting. And then the other one is for tax in the US. But I think, there's other similar definitions out there. And they're phrased a little bit differently, but fair value for financial reporting and fair market value for tax purposes are mostly similar to each other. And they're really reflecting the definition is slightly different in each case, but they're basically saying that value is really based more on a hypothetical exchange between two parties that aren't under any compulsion to transact, that are knowledgeable investors, etc. And so that's often the case of what we see, but then there are exceptions. It may not be, it may be a distressed transaction, it could be related party transaction, etc. So here on financial reporting, it talks about what would market participants price something at in an orderly transaction. And we can go to the next slide. And then, this just continues with fair value, and it also just mentions that market participants are unrelated, knowledgeable about the asset, willing and able to transact, etc. And so that's just reiterating what I was just saying about the definitions. And then fairly similarly, if you go to the next slide, there's also, before we get to fair market value, there's also a fair value from a legal standpoint. That really can vary from state to state and based on case and everything. So we're not going to cover that here because it's more of a niche area, but just wanted to make you aware. They're also, at least in the US, they use the term fair value, but it means something different, and the context can vary from state to state and jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Next slide, please. So then, like I was mentioning, besides fair value for financial reporting, another main standard related to the definition of value is fair market value. for tax purposes. Being in the U.S., I'm most familiar with U.S. definition of fair market value, revenue ruling 5960. But while it's phrased differently, the concept is pretty similar to the financial reporting fair value. That you have a willing buyer, willing seller. They're not under any compulsion, etc., to transaction. They're both reasonable and know the relevant facts. So one interesting thing, and then we'll have to wrap up this section shortly here. It's a short section. One interesting thing, when you're actually working on the jobs, often there's a specific circumstance. You have a transaction that just happened, or you have a client that wants to do a transaction, meets the criteria of fair value or fair market value, but occasionally it doesn't. And so it can be very challenging sometimes to get everybody on board. And, so like say it was a related party transaction, for example, it might not necessarily have been done at a price that arm's length unrelated parties would have come up with, and so it's important just to keep in mind, that these are, I'm generalizing, but these definitions are really more thinking about, like, hypothetically, how would a transaction turn out. Lots of cases the answer might be the same, but occasionally it won't be the same. Next slide. Yeah, and then just one other thing to think about with value is there's these hypothetical definitions, that are really thinking more about a transaction between a willing buyer and a willing seller. But there's other values. There's value, like, for example, intrinsic value. What is okay, so I think based on market data, somebody would pay X dollars for a business, but Bill Johnston may think they're paying twice as much as they should. Well, even though Bill Johnston thinks they're overpaying, the value is still based on what the market data and analysis says that the hypothetical parties, and not what that's just Bill Johnston's individual opinion and like what the intrinsic value is. So we want to make sure, we don't get, we want to look at more like what we think is most likely the two parties would agree to, and if not, like that we have a certain opinion where we know more than others, in terms of applying value. And we might use that for investment. Obviously you're investing, that could be very valuable to know. And no, I don't have any good stock picks for you, in case you're, okay, next slide. Yeah, and then just quickly, one other thing you have to think about with valuation is, are you talking about a going concern value or liquidation value? When you're buying a business or a business that has an intangible asset, most of the time you're thinking of it as a going concern. It's going to continue. Sometimes you have a distressed business, and when you look at the scenarios, most of them are it's going to lose money, and then they decide, it would be economically better to liquidate, whether doing liquidation value. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And then there's different kinds of liquidation value. I think for the purpose of this presentation, we don't have to get into these because it's really not the main focus of adding an intangible. So we can go to the next slide. And then I think Ray will talk more about the cost approach in a minute, but since it's covered, this is the last slide in the section, I think. I think Ray will probably elaborate that when you're looking at the cost, look at a replacement cost, intangible and everything. So you have to, like, when you're using certain terminology, whether it's international definitions, U.S. definitions, you have to be make sure you're using the right terminology, the right approach based on that. But I think that'll be better covered in more depth by Ray. The next section is we talked about the three approaches: cost, market, and income. Next section is Ray. He's going to cover cost and market approach. So you can go to the next slide, and Ray, you can take over.
Okay, thanks, Bill. And I'm going to try something. It looks like I might be able to take control of the screen. Is that possible? It looks like Zoom has the share screen option. But if I could take control of the deck, then I can just advance my own slides, which might be a little bit easier on everybody. But if not, I'm glad to do that. Can everybody see this slide on my PC, section 3? So, Bill, can you?
I can.
Okay. Well, then I think I have control. So, bear with me. Okay, so I'll talk about the cost and market approaches. These, I would say, to Bill's point, the market approach is rarely used. There are a few instances when it can be, but it's very rare to have market data on intangible asset individually. For this method, for this section, what I'm going to try to do is talk a little bit about when to use the different valuation methods. As Bill noted, the cost and the income approaches are typically what we observe. Having said that, using an income approach can be challenging. Periodically, companies are acquired and significant amounts might be paid even though the companies don't have revenues, income, or cash flows. And that might, an example of when that happens is there are a lot of companies that are developing new drugs, and their development activities are going very, very well. And there's strong expectations that they may well get the approvals necessary to sell a important new drug. We think about COVID and some of the drugs that came out, and the stock market changes as a result of those drugs when they got government approval and were able to be released. That's certainly a real key example. So we'll talk about the stage of development for a company and an asset and how that might influence our valuation decisions. There's a little bit of discussion of feasibility. So, real estate appraisers are all real familiar with the issues of feasibility. It's like, well, do I have, is the location of the property, subject to, is it feasible to have this type of use? A silly example that I use is you could, in Los Angeles, if you had, say, Malibu, you'd certainly love to develop a hotel property in Malibu where there's high demand and it's a beautiful area, compared to, say, building a similar type of hotel off in the Mojave Desert, which is a very arid, very remote area. Feasibility can be important, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. The cost approach is relatively straightforward as things go, but we'll get into some of the complexities of the cost approach in this module and when to use it. So hopefully the slide just moved on. So you've got to figure out when to use a approach. So at the bottom of this slide, there's a simple example. Let's say we have a drug that we're working on developing, and $400,000 has been invested in the development of that drug. And someone says, well, if this drug is successful, we think that it would be worth $50 million. So essentially, it's like, okay, we have spent $400,000, and then someone comes along and says, well, this could be worth $50 million, and we think you should pay us $50 million. So the question is, okay, with these two indications, what is our reaction? So, $400,000 of investment, and it's now worth $50 million. That might seem unusual. So it raises questions. Is what discount rate is used to discount the future cash flows to present value? Another question would be, are those projections reasonable? If we've developed a drug and we don't have approval for it, who's to say that we'll even get approval? So how do you assess that risk of approval in developing a valuation? So, you have real estate and it's like, well, we need a permit, we need a zoning change so that we can develop this hotel in this area. Will we be able to get that or not? So this kind of highlights the challenges associated with this. So this next slide, the second bullet I think is real important. With all we're giving you guys a lot of technical stuff in a very short period of time, and I feel your pain to the extent that we're rushing and this is new. As just a pointer, there's a lot of very useful guidance that the AICPA, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, and then also the Appraisal Foundation, which is a U.S. standard setter, have developed to help both in performing business valuations as well as intangible asset valuations. So those can be very important. There's a question, is it correct to state that going concern value comprises tangible and intangible values? Yes, that is correct. And then liquidation value only address tangible assets. So the answer would be it depends. So you have a company and it's going to be liquidated. So if it has a trade name that's valuable, and this actually happened in the US recently, there's a company, Bed Bath & Beyond, that has a very recognizable brand name. The Bed Bath & Beyond brand name is very recognizable. And the company had been performing poorly just because companies are moving from bricks and mortar stores to internet sales platforms. And Bed Bath & Beyond, I think, has not done a great job as far as making that transition. And the company went ahead and bought Bed Bath & Beyond with the thought that they would use that very recognizable trade name to migrate from a bricks and mortar retail store operation to more of a internet-based type of operation like an Amazon. So intangible assets can have significant value. Things like customers, those are very hard to transfer. So I'd say customers are rarely going to be of value. If a company was in liquidation, but it had either technology or it had a brand name that could be valuable, then those might indeed have some value, potentially even a lot of value in a liquidation setting. So in any event, and I would say I'm glad to answer questions in the future, so feel free to reach out to me with any questions you might have. This is not an easy area. But this AICPA guide, it's called the full name is Valuation of Privately Held Company Securities Issued as Compensation. That drives the next few slides, but it's a very helpful type of slide as far as determining valuation methods. It's focused on businesses, but intangible assets are a key asset of businesses. So some of the insights from that guide can be helpful. There are a bunch of other guides as well. So that's a key thing to be aware of. So bear with me. Seem to have, there we go. Okay. Early stage companies. So I just mentioned that fact. You have a very early stage company. Early stage companies that say aren't even generating. If a company's not generating revenues, it doesn't have income. It doesn't have cash flows. It has negative cash flows. So early stage companies are very hard to value. And this guide I just mentioned, the cheap stock guide, if you will, recognizes that. So you don't know when they're going to start to generate revenues, how quickly their revenues will grow. You don't know what the profit margins are going to be. People that are investing in a company obviously would think it has great future potential and has got a superb product, but competitors are out there and the markets may not necessarily agree with what the backers of a company would expect. So early stage companies and valuing them using discount revenues and discounted cash flows are tough. And that goes for both businesses as well as intangible assets. So that AICPA guide basically sets out 6 different stages for companies. So an embryonic company is brand new. They haven't even spent hardly anything. So, it's, very modest development, no revenues, limited expenses, just kind of a great idea where efforts have just been started. Early development is a little bit further along. And below each one of these sub-bullets, back-solve method, asset accumulation method, which really is the cost approach, these would be the types of valuation methods that might be used. So for very early stage companies, it's hard to use a discounted cash flow method because of the uncertainties with projections. So as companies progress, the ability to develop projections that could be reliable increases. So as you move from early stage to later stage development, the risk is starting to reduce and the opportunity is starting to become more clear. A stage 4 company is generating revenues, but it's losing money because it hasn't yet grown to the level of revenues where it could be profitable and generating cash flows. A stage 5 company is one that's kind of continued. And companies can fail. Stage 1 companies can fail and never even get to stage 2. A stage 3 company could fail at that point. You have an example would be you have a drug that you're working on and you do testing on that drug and it's like, it's the side effects are horrific. And more importantly, it's not, doesn't seem to be providing a cure to what we're intending. So that early stage, you may not ever get past stage 3 because it may well be that you just can't get the drug formulation to be safe and to be effective. And if you don't, then, all bets are off. To the extent that you do ultimately, using the drug as an example, get something successful, then you might move to generating revenues when you get government approvals to sell the drug. And then you kind of continue to develop the market, which is stage 5. And then stage 6 is like you continue to develop the market and you've now got a company that's profitable. So underneath each of these stages is kind of the approaches to valuation. For those of you that might be wondering, what's this back-solve method that keeps popping up? Basically, I probably should have changed that for this purposes of this presentation. That's basically transactions. So a lot of early stage companies will have transactions in the stock. A founder of a company that's stage 1 or stage 2 will go out to venture capital funds to try to obtain capital, and to the extent that companies or individuals or funds are willing to invest, then it's basically a market approach. So, hey, we have a stock transaction where people invested in this company, and that can be used to figure out what the value of the company would be. So all of this, it's helpful insights for the valuation of selecting the appropriate method, because if you use the wrong method to value an asset, you're not going to get a suitable value estimate. Okay, there's a lengthy question. I'm going to hold that a little bit just so that we can, try to keep on time. And I would say, any questions, feel free to, I've spent a lot of time with the American Society of Appraisers volunteering to help out. So, if we can't get to questions, certainly feel free to shoot them to me afterwards, and glad to be a resource to folks. So, okay. So bear with me. There we go. So this basically is, everybody can still see the slides. I seem to have hit something. There we go. This basically, if you have early stage companies, you might look at either the cost approach, what's been invested in the company, if there are transactions in the stock.
I'm just sorry to interrupt. I don't know about everyone else, but I can't see the slides right now.
Okay, yeah, that's, let me see here.
While Ray's looking, I'll try to take a first shot at the answer your question, and I think it has to do with the metaverse, and I think that we could spend the entire call, and I'm just going to talk till Ray has his screen back up, but we could spend the entire time. Oh, there we go. I will cover it later. Ray,
okay, all right. Apologies. There's a lot of toggling back and forth, and sometimes the slide advance stops. So. Okay, so the income approach, as companies become more evolved and more mature, then the ability to develop projections increases. So I think that's kind of the key takeaway here. Okay, so we can skip past this. This is a slide I like a lot, and it really maps well to that drug formulation that I described earlier. So if you don't get technical feasibility, and the easiest way to describe that is in the area of drugs. So do regulatory bodies test and find that a drug is effective and safe? And if so, then they grant approval and you can sell that drug. So the next item would be, is there commercial feasibility? So if I spent $1 billion developing a drug that does something that nobody cares about, it may not be commercially feasible. So certainly COVID is an example of something where commercial feasibility and financial feasibility are well known. If I develop a drug that addresses something that is irrelevant to people, or the drug is just too expensive, hey, here's $1 million, my drug cost $1 million per dose, but it will improve your complexion a little bit. You might say, well, that's not financially, commercially feasible or financially feasible. So basically, technical feasibility, does it work? Commercial feasibility, is there a viable market? Financial feasibility, can it generate suitable returns to investors, are three important ways to kind of look at things for both companies as well as for intangible asset valuations. Okay, the cost approach. When do we use the cost approach? So cost approach is relatively straightforward. Generally, you can use the cost approach for assets that are readily replaceable. So, computer software generally is readily replaceable. Cost approach for a drug is less relevant. It is relevant, but certain assets are very suitably valued using the cost approach. So, key point there. Various elements of the cost approach. What cost do you include? Labor, materials, overhead. There can be lots of discussions on, okay, well, how much overhead is included. So also, if you're investing in something and it takes a lot of years to develop, you really need a return on your investment over that development period. So entrepreneurial profit is, and it can be an important consideration. And I know in the US, the Appraisal Institute does a good job as far as describing the cost approach in their textbooks for real estate valuation. And this concept of a cost approach should include some provision for a return on capital and an incentive to, if you spend a lot of time and effort and you break even, it's like, well, you probably shouldn't have gotten involved. You really need to generate a return on your capital invested as well as on your time invested. Okay. For the cost approach, as assets become more and more difficult to obtain or create, the cost approach, can be less accurate. For an asset that takes an extremely long time to create, the cost approach can be difficult. If you think about the Coca-Cola trade name. So could you value the Coca-Cola trade name using a cost approach? And my sense would be is that, well, that trade name has been in use for 120 years or so, and it's got significant market recognition. How would you estimate the cost to figure out what the Coca-Cola trade name is worth? So I think that example would suggest that, there are going to be situations when the cost approach just doesn't make sense. Whereas, hey, we have some software that we need to develop to provide a business function that's needed as far as running a business. That might be something that could be valued using a cost approach. So, is the Coca-Cola trade name scarce? It's like, well, yes, there's only, one Coca-Cola trade name. So it's a scarce asset, suggests that it's difficult and really not feasible to value the Coca-Cola trade name at this point using Rath Cola. I'd say, well, that's pretty easy. It's nothing's been invested in it at this point in time. So no offense to myself, but Ray Rath Cola or Bill Johnston Cola would probably, there's nothing invested. You'd say, well, that's just the silliest name I've ever heard. So,
Ray, I would buy your cola. I would drink Ray Rath Cola.
There you go. Yep. And I would buy yours as well. But so there's that issue. So hopefully that's helpful. Just a point, and we're getting into some very finite things. It's important to kind of look at cost arguably from a market approach, from a market basis, rather than just from a company's investment. So what are the costs that you would have to incur in the market? So how much would you have to pay a software developer to develop some software for you? So rather than, well, gee, I can develop that and my cost is X. So it's like, well, what's the market cost? If the cost to develop it is 3X in the market, that's probably a better estimate a lot of the time. So this is basically, you can take a look at this afterwards, but this is kind of an example. If you use this third-party column is intended to be a market indication, whereas the internal column is intended to be, okay, well, here's just, a company is developing some software and here's their estimate. And it's like, well, the thought is that in the second row, profit markup, that anybody that's going to provide you this service would require a return and a markup on what their direct costs are. So the thought is that make sure you get market-based evidence and estimates rather than just company-specific estimates. Fair market value, fair value are market-based concepts, not individual or company-specific estimates. Biggest challenge with the cost approach is economic obsolescence. So example when I teach I like to use is if people are familiar with Ritz-Carlton, which is a spectacularly nice hotel brand here in the U.S. and I think globally. if you develop a Ritz-Carlton in a very high prestige area, Beverly Hills, Malibu, Bel Air, to the extent you can, you'd probably have most likely a real winning proposition. If you developed a Ritz-Carlton in a very, in the Mojave Desert, where there's not a lot of demand and it's hot and dry and uncomfortable, there'd definitely be economic obsolescence associated with that. So the cost approach doesn't do a good job considering economic obsolescence, and that can be a very significant weakness of the approach. And again, this kind of ties to the example I gave earlier. So if you have cost incurred, in this case I used a different number, $10 million, and then your estimated cost to complete something are going to be another $100 million, and it's going to take you 3 years of additional costs, and you may or may not get approval from the FDA. In this case, it's a drug example. We've incurred $10 million, which is the first sub-bullet, and there's an estimate that the development stage drug is worth 200 million using a DCF model. But you can see it's like, well, there's a huge amount of continued investment and there's a huge amount of risk. So the point of this would be is that, with 10 million invested and another 100 million to invest, developing a DCF projection is going to be pretty risky. And even with that $100 million investment, if your drug doesn't work, there's just a significant downside value. So real tough issue here. Okay. So frankly, I think knowing people and knowing their functions, you guys, real estate appraisers, my sense, have as good, if not a better, understanding of economic obsolescence than business valuation appraisers. No offense to the general business valuation community, but from what I've seen of practice, business appraisers understand economic obsolescence, but maybe not as well as they should. Okay, so when do you use a cost approach? Asset is easily reproduced. It's hard to tie an income stream to an asset. So if you had, say, a desk, you wouldn't try to do a DCF method on the desk. It just doesn't make sense. A hotel, yes. A business, yes. Maybe a film right, yes. But certain assets, it's just really hard to ascribe an income stream to, because they don't directly generate cash flow. And this, to the extent of this, say, fifth bullet down here, it's one asset that's part of a large group of assets. And that's one of the challenges in intangible asset valuation is that there are a bunch of assets that are driving cash flows. So when you think about the Coca-Cola trade name and how to value that, it's like, well, the Coca-Cola trade name is worth a lot, but, and its valuation is pretty difficult because there's all sorts of current assets, but more importantly, say, fixed assets, bottling plants, things like that, that are all required, much less huge workforces to generate the cash flows. So one of the key challenges to note is that an intangible asset by itself frequently does not generate cash flows, but it does so in conjunction with other assets. So, and that'll be something that we'll talk a little bit about later in the course, is that somehow to use an income approach, you need to segregate income for a specific asset, and that can be hard. Okay, so I think this slide focuses on cost approach, wasted costs. So if you have inefficient costs that are invested, those can kind of make things murky. And it just, you have an FDA, a drug you're developing, and there's significant potential. It could be that, hey, this is actually worth much more than what's been invested, just because of the fact that it's seems to be promising, and it might have a lead on other competing drug formulations. So a lot of complexities associated with this. Market approach, hard to use because it's infrequent that we find market data on individual and tangible asset valuations. So, bunch of detail, but it's really very rare that we'll see this. We will talk a little bit about the market approach later in this webinar, as far as determining royalty rates, which are an element of the income approach. Okay, so Bill, it's all yours. I'm glad to advance the slides for you if you'd like, or if you want to try to grab the screen, whichever works.
Let me see if I can do it here.
Okay.
Can you see this? Can you see my slides?
I think I'm still seeing my slides.
Okay.
I guess.
Maybe you can unshare and I'll try sharing, and then if it doesn't work, we'll just.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Stop share. Sorry.
No worries.
That's, if I was 30 rather than 65, my technical capabilities would be different, much better. Okay.
Can you see now? I'm scrolling. You can see.
I'm seeing it.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure. So just wanted to real quickly, and Ray, I am keeping my eye on time here. The questions. The second one was, do you need to consider legal feasibility? And the answer is, of course you need to consider that. And when we're teaching and all that, we do talk about that. But I think for the presentation, we just didn't get into that. And then I just wanted to I don't think we can fully answer the question about the metaverse, on this presentation, but to just start out. And I also see there's a question about AI. I think I can combine those, the metaverse and AI, maybe into one thing to say is that is what makes valuation so great and so interesting. And I've been doing this for 29 years. And that's why valuing intangibles and companies that are on the cutting edge of technology, why it's some of the most interesting, but also most challenging. I'll give you real quickly. Metaverse is really just a much more advanced, better way of people interacting virtually. And you could just, what makes things like that interesting is Facebook, now Meta, changed their name to Meta. They've been put billions and billions of dollars. Their stock price wound up plummeting. And then more recently, Meta started to focus on they're still investing a lot in the metaverse, but cutting costs. So the market can give you an indication sometimes a percent getting call because we want to go over the approaches. But I was watching an analyst talk recently. And the analyst said, I would not, and I'm not giving any investment advice, but the analyst said, I would not buy Apple at 30 times earnings, but I would buy NVIDIA at 30 times revenue. So when you think, well, gee, they're both NVIDIA, in case anyone doesn't know, they have, I don't know, that's not my specialty, but they have this amazing AI chip. And, we're right at the forefront of AI and everybody wants their chip. And I guess it's a lot better, than the alternatives. And so that's what makes technology, IP, valuation so fascinating, is because Apple obviously is, everybody knows Apple. It's a technology company. It's, so valuable and everything. But the analyst is saying this because the growth potential difference. Apple's a much more mature company now, and they don't have as many sort of very new things in the pipeline. Whereas, NVIDIA, we're just on the cusp of this AI revolution. So, the answer though is you value these things. Ray and I, we've seen all kinds of new innovations in technology over the years. You value them the same way. It's assessing the potential, the risk, who the competition is, what the profitability, what the cash flow would be and everything. So I think, that just, we're not going to be able to fully address the subject here on the presentation, but did want to just touch on it because it's really fascinates me and hopefully fascinates some of you as well. We're going to now talk about the income approach. That is really the most commonly used approach to value intangibles. And that's really just looking at future cash flows and what the risk is. We're gonna sort of focus really on the concepts here of how to use these approaches. These are four of the known approaches. These are basically, when we say income approach, if you're familiar with what a discounted cash flow is, that's really what these are. They're a discounted cash flow looking at the future revenue and profit, et cetera. These four methods here, the last one is the least used of the methods, but sometimes is. And so the multi-period excess earnings method, relief from royalty, this is called, the third one could be called this, or a with and without approach, and then a build out or greenfield method. So we'll touch a little bit more on this, but this first one is usually used to value the primary intangible because the method usually best captures value of the primary intangible. And you will get, it's best to just get into the specifics here. And, what I'm going to say is, given the time we have allocated here, we just, we could spend all day going over multi-period excess earnings method. And it would, it takes time to kind of fully get up to speed. So what I'm going to really do is focus on the concept, and then you'll have a reference here. And like Ray said, any questions you have, you feel free to reach out to either of us. We like answering questions and helping people. And that's why we're excited to, present here. So the multi-period excess earnings method really is what you're doing is, you're assuming it's a primary intangible, and really that the sort of excess cash flow, excess return the business is generating is because of that intangible asset. And so there are guides and best practice in terms of how you do that. I'm not going to walk through all of these, but you basically forecast out the revenue specific to the intangible, and whether it's a technology or whether it's customers. And, profit margins on technology and customers usually aren't the same as they are for the company, because just one example would be if you're valuing customer contracts or whatever, marketing costs you spend to get new customers wouldn't be part of that, right? Because you're valuing the contract, not getting. So usually the profit margins on the intangibles are at least a little bit higher than they are for the company. But you estimate the profits, and then you also calculate the contribution. So you come up with a projected cash flow after you figure out the costs and the projected revenues and everything. But then you have to realize that other things contribute to the cash flow also. So your workforce contributes, your machinery and equipment contribute. You might have other intangibles that contribute to the cash flow. So there's a calculation done, and there's a whole guide the Appraisal Foundation put out on how to calculate these, that a way of getting that projected cash flow, making a reduction to that cash flow to account for the contribution other assets have, and that's called a contributory asset charge. And then there's also when you're valuing intangibles using an income approach, there is, again, can't sort of cover everything too granularly, but there is if the tax jurisdiction you're in allows you to amortize the intangible, then that tax benefit is calculated and added. So here's an example. Again, I don't think, going through line by line here, but here's an example of a forecast coming up with a profit margin on the technology. And then, here you can see down below, there's reductions in the projected cash flow to get to projected cash flow related to the technology. So you start out just a normal forecast, revenue, expenses, adjustments to make it specific to what you're valuing. And then it's reducing the projected cash flow for the contribution of working capital, fixed assets, a just more mundane internal technology and workforce. And then you get your net cash flow, you discount it back to the present at a discount rate, and then you adjust for the tax benefit of the intangible. If you have never done this before and you fully follow this, please send me a resume right away, because you'd be the first person I've ever had, at our firm, that has done that. But I think, you take a little bit more time, just understanding conceptually what you're doing here is a DCF, but with assumptions specific to the intangible you're valuing. And then you have to lower those projected cash flows to the understanding that other assets contribute to those cash flows also. And then whatever tax benefit there is, adding that in.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, one thing, go back to that. A key thing is that if you look at the revenues on this, you'll see that it's really a drug that looks like it got approval in the first projection year, maybe shortly before the valuation date. And you can see that the revenues are increasing pretty dramatically because it's an important drug, but then they ultimately decline, just given the fact that sooner or later that drug becomes, the protection to the developer will eliminate and it'll go into the public domain. So ultimately, competing products as well as just the expiration of the period of protection would reduce cash flows. So that's a real critical thing that we typically see, but not always. Is that for many assets, the cash flows may well decline over a period of time because the asset will become obsolete. An exception to that would be that an asset like the Coca-Cola trade name, or maybe other trade names, Mercedes-Benz, Tiffany, all these trade names that are well recognized that may well, be recognized, many, many, many years into the future.
Yeah, good point, Ray. And that's something less detailed pointed out earlier, that one difference in valuing a business and valuing a lot of intangibles is that like a technology, whether it's software or whether it's a drug candidate or a developed drug, they usually have finite lives, considering different factors. Ray mentioned there can be exceptions to that. And so that's a key difference when you're modeling things out. There's a life cycle, basically, and an obsolescence you have to take into consideration for sure. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the next method is the relief from royalty method. Relief from royalty method, basically how that method is applied basically is you say the value of your intangible is you estimate that value by estimating what kind of royalty rate somebody might pay for that intangible. And then basically the cost savings by owning it versus having to license it, that is how you estimate the value. Now, this is most frequently used for trademarks and trade names. It's sometimes used for technology. There could be limited other instances where you might, it's basically most commonly used for an intangible that actually sometimes is licensed in the marketplace. And there is an element of a market approach to it because the royalty rate somebody might peg. I'm gonna just skip through this. So when would you use, so multi-period excess earnings method, relief from royalty method, when would you use this approach, one versus the other? Well, like I said earlier, your primary intangible is often, is usually, most often this multi-period excess earnings method. However, the relief from royalty method, you want to separately think about the specifics of the intangible you're valuing here. And like I said before, if it's something that people never license, then you would want to rethink, gee, am I really using the right approach here? And you would want to think, like the first bullet point says here, about the importance of the intangible, to the business and everything. If it's something that's so really, like if it's something that really can't be replaced, like because there could be a lot of reasons why it would be hard to replace the intangible. Like it might be a technology that's better than any other technology out there, for example. Then you'd want to reconsider. It probably should be valued using this multi-period excess earnings method. So you basically are going to use this method for intangibles like trade names, trademarks, sometimes technology that is licensed, that is value is more than you'd find in a cost approach, but more often than not is not the primary intangible value. Now, there's obviously a lot more complexity to the issue. And there are certain industries where licensing is much more common than others and everything. And these answers aren't all simple, but generally speaking, that's how you would approach it. Now, it says incremental approach. Some people also refer to this as a with and without. So an example of where an intangible asset that people would value using this approach would be non-compete agreements. But basically, what this approach is saying is the value of my intangible is just the difference between owning the intangible versus not. So like, for example, non-compete agreement, you have a non-compete. Now that a non-compete agreement, we could spend the whole talking about non-compete agreements and when do they have value and when they don't. But that aside, if you're valuing a non-compete, the value of the non-compete is comparing what the business is worth having the non-competes in place versus not. And if the non-competes have value, then the alternate scenario, the business would be worth less if you didn't have, because the key person or people could leave and compete and harm the business's operations and everything. So that is basically a with and without approach, using a discounted cash flow method, looking at what cash flow would be with and without the intangible. So here is an example of the relief from royalty method. Again, where you're taking the forecasted revenue, applying what the licensing royalty rate would be. And, that basically, there's some adjustments here in everything, but we're saying here that a 5% royalty rate would be most applicable for this kind of intangible based on looking at comparable licensing agreements. And because I own the trademark or trade name, I don't have to pay anybody. Other people might have to license the name to do business and pay something, but because I don't have to do that, then there's a cost savings for me to do that. And so you basically do your forecast. You have to identify what specific product or services are directly related to the name or names that you're valuing. That's important. Sometimes that can get lost in the shuffle. You apply your forecasted, what your appropriate royalty rate would be, and then that basically gets you forecasted royalty savings, which you would not, otherwise you would have to pay. And so you can basically forecast out your cost savings, tax affect them as necessary, and then assess risk and apply a discount rate, come up with a present value, apply a tax amortization. And then, you know, these are just two examples. One is for a trade name and one is for technology. You know, they're similar conceptually, except you just have to, kind of touching on the example earlier, you have to consider what the life of the asset is that you're valuing. And if it's a trade name, it's possible you may just forecast it out into perpetuity. But the technology, you're never really going to ever do that because it's going to have a finite life. So similar method, but the main difference between these two is the technology. We're assuming over time there's obsolescence, you know, each year in a finite life and valuing it. And then, you know, you can just hear, we talked about what the steps are, but to some extent, when you're doing the income approach, a lot of the steps are the same, but then there's a few nuances that are different and everything. So you're always going to be using an income approach, you're always going to be forecasting out revenue. And then, you know, in one way or another, you are going to be forecasting out some kind of measure of profit. You know, relief from royalty is more a cost savings, but a cost savings is a form of profit. And you're gonna be estimating, you know, life cycle revenue, some form of profit, risk, what the present value is, what the tax amortization benefit is. But, you know, here you go through those steps. The key step for relief from royalty is you forecast out the revenues, but then you have to come up with a royalty rate. And talk just briefly about that. I think there's a following section that we'll get into that. It can be challenging sometimes, though, doing a relief from royalty method because it's a simplistic approach, so it may not capture enough of what's going on. And if there's certain factors that are important to the value that you think aren't being reflected from relief from royalty, that's a sign that you might need to use multi-period excess earnings method. Just a couple examples mentioned here are maybe it you know, leads, you know, these things could be impacts or also things you'd think about in terms of determining what your royalty rate would be. You know, or whether you should use this approach versus a cost approach. But, you know, is it something that, like, say it was a trade mark, does it allow you to charge more, you know, compared to the competition? You know, if it does, you know, then that's a sign, you know, that your IP has value. But then, you know, how is that reflected in your forecast? I think it's more straightforward in terms of avoiding licensing fees, et cetera. And then, you know, moving forward, when you're doing these things, like some of the questions indicated earlier, it can be fascinating. Okay, you know, we're, you know, a year and a half ago, who heard of ChatGPT or OpenAI or generative AI and everything like that? And then it's not just people who offer the service, it's all the related, you know, you can see there's a lot of like companies that provide like equipment or chips or things like that that are, you know, benefiting from that too. So it's very fascinating how you model that, you account for risk, etc. And, you know, there's this judge call, and we have into depth, you know, great depth or detail here, but there's two ways you can account for risk. First bullet point here that's most commonly done by far is you have one forecast, and then to account for risk, you use a discount rate to discount back to the present that is higher than the risk-free rate or higher than the lending rate normally, things like that. So you basically account for risk by applying a premium over a risk-free rate or some other lower rate. And that's the most commonly used approach, and there's a lot of components to that and ways to look at that. And actually, Ray and I are on a working group right now looking at discount rates on intangible assets. But then, the other way you can account for risk, it's academically, intellectually valid, but it's less commonly used, is you can look at scenarios, and then to the extent your scenarios capture risk, you could use a lower discount rate. So this is common concept in certain kinds of like Monte Carlo simulations, like valuing earnouts or things like that. It could be scenario analysis to reduce risk. Could be if you have as you assume a certain probability of a pharma or biotech drug getting approved, and you have good data on approval rates. That's a way of, you apply that probability, that's a way of lowering the risk in the forecast versus doing it through the discount rate. And, also just kind of considering scenario analyses can make you think a little bit more about valuation and risk. So yeah, this example talks about you have a project that has a 10% chance of being successful, and I'm sorry, a 10% chance of let's see here, 10% times, I don't know, my read, were the signs reversed here or something?
10% chance of failure and you lose $5 million.
Okay.
Versus
Okay, because I thought, maybe there's a typo or whatever. So there's a 10%. So there's a 10% chance of my bad. There's a 10% chance of failure here, and a 90% chance of success on a project. So that's a very low risk project. And then besides just kind of the analytics of that, that's like, okay, if I feel good about my probabilities, I'm probably going to assign a low discount rate, who knows, maybe even a risk-free rate, depending on the circumstances, to do that. But what if it was reversed, or what if it was a 50-50 chance of success? Well, that's a lot riskier. And, in those situations, it's probably more challenging to assume all your risk is really being reflected in your probabilities and everything. So whether you're looking at what discount rate that you want to use or otherwise, or just thinking about value and the IP in particular, it's really fascinating. Looks like there's a couple of raised hands here. I don't know. I guess I'm not. Let's see, attendees. Yeah, I see who they are, but I don't know how to, apologies, I don't know how to call on the people. If somebody else can help out with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions. Or if Ray can figure it out. But, in the interest of time, I don't, you can take a look more at these examples, but what these examples, like for example, what this example shows is in the top scenario here, you have a risky project and you get to the same value, either looking at probabilities of success or not. So in the first case, there's a 50% chance something's going to be successful. Because the risk is already accounted for in the probability of it happening, then a very low discount rate of 5% is being used. In the other case, you're projecting out the same forecast, but you're not adjusting for a probability of failure. So a very high discount rate has to be used to account for the risk. Either way, you get to the same answer, but obviously it's challenging either supporting a 50% probability or a 54% discount rate. And so that's what, again, makes valuing intangibles so interesting.
Hey, Bill,
yeah.
Could you go back on that slide? So just one point, Bill and I live in the financial reporting world, which because a lot of these are used by public companies, there's a huge amount of concern that if the valuations are incorrect, it will lead to inappropriate financial statements for public companies. In this financial reporting world, there's a big push to get the risk put into the cash flows rather than into a discount rate. So the key point of this is that if you can get the risk into the cash flows, then it's easy to come up with a discount rate. And that's kind of what this 5% is. If you, how would you ever develop the fact that there's a 49% risk premium if you don't put the risk into the cash flows? So how would you ever, and this is kind of an abstract example, but the point it's trying to make is that things are much easier and much more auditable if you get risk into cash flows. Where do you get market evidence for a 49% risk premium for a unique specific project? And to say that it's like, well, I'm Ray Rath, I've done this stuff for 45 years, and you should trust me, that's not really a compelling answer. Because, you could get Bill Johnson could come along and say, well, I'm Bill Johnston and blah, blah, blah. And I think it should be something different. So that's kind of a key thing that's going on as far as where you put risks. So that's going to be tough, tougher than coming up with, and that discount rate arguably is going to be a function of, hey, is the probability of success 10%, and that will drive huge differences in discount.
Ray, you're right, but just for the audience, it would be rare, maybe just in pharma biotech, you'd be doing that by applying a 50%. What Ray's talking about is what we do most of the time is if forecasts have, there's a way to adjust forecasts other than looking at probabilities of success. Like management may not be attending to do it, but they may be overly optimistic compared to what their competitors are forecasting and all that. And so there's a way you can adjust revenue growth assumptions, profit margin assumptions. I don't know about Ray, but 19 times out of 20, when I have a forecast and I'm doing an evaluation, almost every single forecast projects revenues will go up every year, and expenses will grow less than revenues every year. Almost every single time, and it happens much less frequently than they forecast. So this is, like Ray's saying, a conceptual way, but then in reality, more often than not, it has not as much to do with probabilities. It's adjusting assumptions to something that's more and doing it through the cash flow versus the discount rate. And then just trying to stay here on track on time a little bit, maybe the raised hands or something we can answer soon, but this is a great graph. And it's in the ASA intangible class, and Ray wouldn't say it, but Ray is the developer and lead teacher on the class. So thank you, Ray, for having this graph here. But this is a good illustration of just thinking about the differences in risk for various kinds of assets. And you think about really a company is a collection of different kinds of assets, right? And some have very low risk, and some are riskier. And this is a nice graphical illustration to talk about. If you look up here in the upper right-hand corner, intangible assets normally have the highest rate of return compared to all other assets. they're valuable, but they're usually, except for the primary intangibles, their value are usually based on expected future cash flow. And there's going to be less certainty about realizing that value than, say, if you have cash. I mean, that's obviously the least risky. You have a receivable, sure, you might have an adjustment for bad receivables, but you have a pretty good handle on what your receivable turnover is going to be. An intangible asset, in a primary one, you have all these forecasts involved in life cycles and everything, and it's also showing that there's a relationship between risk and liquidity. Higher liquidity usually results in lower risk assets, and so it's a good way of conceptualizing tangible versus intangible assets and liquidity and risk. And then we're not going to get, I think this would be overkill to get into these calculations, but what this what this just shows is you can do calculations of what the risk is for different kinds of assets. And then, like, for example, you could argue that there's more financing possibly involved that you have on working capital or fixed assets. But, that aside, there are also lower risk assets. And then you can see there's a continuum here. The business's discount rate's 14%, and your tangible assets are less risky, and your intangible assets are more risky. So really the blend of those assets come out to your 14%, and this reconciles the rates of return for the tangible and intangible assets. And you can see as you go out here, your first couple of columns are your tangible assets, working capital, fixed assets. But then as you go across, there are lower risk intangibles and higher risk intangibles. And in this case, there happens to be an in-process intangible, in-process research, and so that'd be some kind of technology related asset that's under development, that there's risk of failure or commercial failure. That usually, beside goodwill, is the highest discount rate, because there's a lot of risk. It might be technological feasibility, or just being able to successfully sell it and realize a return. And then often when you're looking at the value of the business, when you come up with values of all these specific assets, tangible and intangible, there's usually, most cases, there's usually a residual value. So if your business is worth $100, you're at these assets here that we list here, they may be worth $80. There's a gap usually between how much a business is worth and what the sum of its assets are worth. And that gap, or that residual value, is goodwill. And goodwill usually has the highest rate of return. Among other things, it represents future value, future intangibles, et cetera, that the business may create. All right, Mr. Rath, we are on to, I will stop sharing unless you tell me not to.
Yeah, that's great.
I see myself twice, though. We don't want that. Okay, we're good now.
Okay, everybody see section 5, I hope?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, there were a couple of questions. One of them related to, should legal feasibility be considered? That goes back a number of core sections. Yes, absolutely. So legal feasibility is very key. There was another question about artificial intelligence and the valuation process in the U.S. I think we'll see where things go on that. I think a couple of things that in my mind have raised questions about, can artificial intelligence really help out in valuation? I think the answer would be yes, for simpler situations, and to the extent things get more and more complex, I think we'll see whether AI can actually help address things. 25 years ago, there were some companies that were trying to develop some automated valuation models for businesses. I don't think any of those did really well. I'm not sure about those. I think real estate, is a little bit less complicated in certain ways. So real estate may be more amenable to artificial intelligence and automated models. Business valuation, the world that Bill and I live in, it's largely a world of valuations tied to merger and acquisition transactions. So one company buys another company. Those are challenging because those transactions and the prices that are paid are a function of a lot of times of synergies that different potential buyers will have. And those synergies are very difficult to understand, and that information is typically private and held only by the company making the acquisition. And they might comment on why they did an acquisition and what the synergies were, but those would be high-level comments. So figuring out what synergies are and how they impacted the value of a company can be difficult. Also, my sense is that behavioral finance types of elements can have a significant impact on the value of companies. So if we look at the stock market, people probably hear about, hey, there's irrational exuberance and stock prices are too high, or investors become overly pessimistic and stock prices are too low. So there's just a lot of behavioral finance elements that drive stock prices that can make valuation of businesses much more challenging and difficult to get a handle on. So we'll see how those pencil out, but I've always felt that just given the behavioral elements and the difficulties and the lack of transparency in data, I've always felt that people doing business valuations are going to be relatively safe from the impacts of automation, but there are people that have different views. So, and then just one comment that I think we probably should have gotten into the introduction. Bill and I live in a world of financial reporting valuations, and a lot of this work and what we're talking about relates to valuations that are required when a company is acquired. So we're talking about all these different intangible assets, and under IFRS 3, which people may or may not be familiar with, that is accounting guidance that tells you what to do when a company is acquired and how to report the values of the acquired underlying assets of that company for financial reporting purposes. So IFRS 3 is really driving this type of presentation. If you were doing a litigation valuation, I think the guidance that's in this course would be very helpful, but the scope of your work would probably be pretty different. So what we have here would be a bunch of useful insights that would help you become more competent, but much of what we're talking about may not map directly to different types of projects. One other thing, I don't think I mentioned it, but IFRS 13 is accounting guidance for financial reporting internationally, and that's a guidance on fair value measurements. And I would say that is a real useful explanation of the concept of fair value as it relates to financial reporting. And I would say that I would highly recommend people take a look at that, because it's just good common sense. And while it's developed for financial reporting, I think its applicability in many other instances would be very, very relevant. So again, so that's just some background on things. So let's keep going. All right, still see slide 5, section 5. So here's our learning outcomes. Royalty rate development is real hard. So we'll talk about that briefly at a pretty high level. I think it's about 7 minutes to the hour, so I think we have about another 37 minutes with the Q&A section. So I'll go through this pretty quickly to try to keep us, so that we can get to the end line. So royalty rate estimates are hard. There are royalties. There's market data. Bear with me. Okay, here we go. So to develop a royalty rate estimate, you can find transaction-based evidence on royalty rates. So there are databases that have license agreements that will provide you with royalty rates that have been negotiated for market transactions. So that is one way of developing a royalty rate. So you want to say value an asset using a relief from royalty method. You could try to find market comparables from royalty rate licensing databases, and there are a bunch of them. That's one source. There are always questions as far as how comparable those licenses are to a specific asset that you're looking at. Other methods, the last method mentioned here is a profit split method. You can kind of try to, what that basically involves is there have been some rules of thumb, and rules of thumb should be used with great caution because there's no, the market evidence supporting rules of thumb is very limited and anecdotal, and they may not even be appropriate, and we'll have some slides that actually challenge these rules of thumb. But there had been some rules of thumb as far as coming up with royalty rates, and there are other approaches on that. So let's keep going. Return on assets method, I think we have a slide on that. So, if we have market transactions that are comparable and royalty rate evidence, those can be used. That's very rare from my experience. There are relatively few transactions. There's issues of comparability. So these are just things to consider if you do have a project and you're trying to use a royalty rate. So my sense is that it's been pretty tough. There is a profit split method. This last bullet, for many, many years ago, gosh, well over 50 years ago, there was a thought that if you had valuable intellectual property, maybe it would be entitled to 25% of the overall profitability of a business venture, and that the working capital and that the fixed assets and other intangible assets would be entitled to the other 75% of the profit. There's real, and that had been used for a long, long time. I've been doing this work since dinosaurs roamed the earth, and that 25% rule had been in place, and I'd used it as well as others. In the last number of years, there have been strong challenges to that. This last bullet talks about a civil court case in the United States. Unilock sued Microsoft for infringement on a technology that they had. And that court case strongly said that the rule, this 25% rule of thumb, is inappropriate and cannot be relied on. So, well, we'll talk a little bit about some alternatives that could be used. At least we can create awareness. I can't make anybody an expert in just, the few minutes we have together, but part of the function of this is to create awareness for people and to kind of help build a future dialogue. So some slides on this Unilock case. Basically, it threw out this 25% rule. So if you use that, I'd say if it was subject to significant scrutiny, it would be thrown out. Here, these slides are a bunch of comments extracted from the tax court or from the civil court case that basically challenged this 25% rule of thumb. So you can take a look at that on your free time. One of the reasons the rule of thumb has become less and less logical to use is just as products have changed. how many technologies are there embedded in an iPhone or a Samsung Galaxy? You know, there's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of different features and technologies. So if you have, say, if an iPhone has 1,000 critical technologies, does each one of those 1,000 critical technologies entitle to 25% of the overall profit from the iPhone? You know, the math on that just doesn't work. So as things have gotten more and more complex in the 21st century compared to, say, the 1940s and 50s when this rule of thumb first seems to have emerged, the ability to kind of use a 25% split is more and more difficult and more subject to challenge. So just the complexities of technologies really make it difficult. Again, market availability of data for royalty rates is challenging. One court established versus negotiated, we can skip that. This return on assets method, it's ties to this excess earnings method. So in the tax world, transfer pricing is a very important function for international transactions where, say, a company in one country transfers assets to a controlled subsidiary in another country, and there's a need for transfer pricing. So basically, for a study to figure out what the price of the asset should be, or the service should be, so that taxes or income is appropriately developed and allocated between the different countries. There's something called a functional analysis, where you can basically take a look at just what the relative value of the functions of a business are and use those as the basis to develop a royalty rate. So that's kind of the best approach to use. We don't have the time and the wherewithal to go into that, but that's really kind of the key thing that would be the best way to develop a royalty rate. So this is basically the process. Get the overall business profit, and then allocate, and this looks much like the excess earnings method that Bill described earlier. Get the overall profit for the business, allocate that profit amongst the different business assets, because all the different business assets are contributing different elements, shares to the overall value of the business. You need working capital, you need fixed assets, you need things like a workforce and other intangible assets. And with those, you can basically develop a residual EBIT and use that residual EBIT to come up with a EBIT margin that arguably would reflect a royalty rate. And apologies for the very rapid run through on that, but that's basically the thought. So this is basically just a slide. It's basically all it highlights is the general process of the relief from royalty method. So, and it's similar to a slide that Bill had earlier. At the bottom, you can see we have the EBIT margin for the company of 20%. And then we subtract out the shares of that overall 20% business profit for other assets of the business, working capital, fixed assets, and then say other intangible assets other than, in this case, a brand. So the workforce, maybe some software, things like that. And that's a way of coming up with a royalty rate. So a business with a 20% EBIT margin, and we determined that the residual income associated with an enabling brand is 9% of revenues. So that's basically the process, and at a very high level. With that, Bill?
You want to unshare?
Yeah, absolutely. There we go.
Usually it's good to share, but this is a rare case. It's not good to share. Okay. Okay, hopefully people can see that. You can see it, Ray?
Bear with me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
All right, just want to make sure. All right, so gonna just, we've hit you with a lot of numbers. And so this really section focuses more on some concepts and some interesting things to think about in terms of technology. And like some of the questions came up with, every situation is different, and technology is fascinating because it can be so valuable. It can really vary from situation to situation. It's you could have something that seems like two products that seem at first to be similar and they're not. You can have life cycles that are very different. And another thing I was just thinking of is that I remember I used to have a rule of thumb years ago of cell phone technology turning over, maybe getting a new phone every couple of years. But I, saw recently that the average life somebody holds on to their phone might be more like 3 or 4 years, probably for a few reasons, right? Probably that, I don't know about yourselves, but in my case, the cost of our phones is very high, even ignoring the service and everything. So there's an incentive to hold on to it as the costs go up, but then also the quality gets so much better and better. And there's some of the innovations, it's almost more like, did you get a better camera, this time than the last time, and things like that. So it's, that's just like a general example of, and there was a time before, showing my age, there was a time when the phones didn't really have a screen, or they weren't used as, they were used more for calls and texts mainly, and they weren't sophisticated. And there used to be a time where the focus was to make the phone as small as possible, because you mainly used it for calls and maybe texts and stuff. And then it went the other way, getting larger and everything. So it's, interesting just to see how technology evolves and how you value technology and how that looks at. So, when you think about technology for a business, the business, you can think of developed technology, the current, what you have in-house is being used. And then if it is a tech-focused company, they're spending a lot of money on R&D to develop new technology. So that's in-process R&D, and that is something in Ray and I's world we have had to value. And then future technology is not something normally anyone ever values, but it's just when you're thinking about the cash flows for a business, eventually your existing technology and your IP R&D become obsolete, and it has to be replaced with future technology. So to show that, oops, I'm sorry. Went the wrong direction. So, and so that's like, it's important when you're valuing intangibles. In my opinion, it would be a mistake to value them without considering what role they play in the overall business. And if you're forecasting out cash flow for the intangible, in my opinion, you have to look at it relative to the overall cash flow and risk for the business. And so it's very helpful to understand like how quickly technology becomes obsolete, what's in the pipeline, how much of the, the more you have in this graph that it's future technology, probably the higher risk your business is going to have. And so it's very helpful in understanding the value of the business and also the risk and also the existing IP. Again, like Ray's saying, we only have a small amount of time, but there are a lot of very important factors to consider related to technology or to IP. It can almost be an overwhelming list. You got to make sure that you really focus on what's most important. But how does it compare to the competition? Some kinds of IP, there's a lot of infringement claims. Have you been successful in defending against those claims is a key you know, how, and then kind of tied to that, how enforceable are your IP rights? And then are you in the kind of industry where there's constantly new innovation, new competitors, you know, things like that. There can be changes in the economic environment. It's a little dated, but the example I used to always, I still give on that is when car share services first started to become popular. You know, before that, in New York City, you have to actually buy a medallion to be able to drive a cab. And, you know, I'm just going by memory here, but that medallion may have cost $1 million. And I think now a medallion is $100,000 or $150,000. And that's just an example of how something externally can affect risk and affect valuation. Commercialization risks. So if you have a product that isn't well developed yet, or it's in process, there's risk, you know, the obvious risk related to feasibility and completion and everything, but there's a lot of commercialization risks. So how do you, no matter how good a product is, you usually don't know how well it's going to do, how accepted it's going to be. And even if it's well accepted, what the profit margins really are going to be, and how soon other competitors might cannibalize, you know, performance after launch. And then there's a lot of regulatory risks. Earlier, somebody asked about legal, and those are all important to consider. Given the limited amount of time, I'm going to not delve into that one. And just going back to what we've both said, you have to consider feasibility for technology. The most obvious thing at first is, okay, well, if something is under development or something is just being, you know, at some stage of the process before being a completed product, sometimes the process is very routine and you kind of know, like maybe you're doing a new version of a existing software and people kind of know. In other cases, there could be I mean, the most obvious, I guess, is pharma and biotech and everything, that there's a lot of risk that you're going to achieve technical feed, basically that it's going to work. Like I just got into in terms of how successful it'll be. And then on top of that, taking it one level further, financial feasibility, are you going to generate enough return? Like if you do an IRR from when the project started, did the IRR, did the return on the investment make sense? And, you know, that's really all varies when you look at the different life cycles, of the technology. You know, your assumptions are gonna, the way you look at it will start to vary a little bit over time. But with this is really a nice slide showing about when you go from the point of something in process to a completed technology, there's a lot of steps you go through. So the first step is usually somebody has an idea, and then you start to develop the idea further and flesh it out more. And that is really the conceptualization stage. That's going to be the stage where you'd expect value usually to be very low. It may just be the costs you put into it so far. And then as you start to work your way through, then you get to basically the R&D part. So then you're doing more thorough research. You're more serious after you sort of flesh out the concept. Then usually there's, and it's going to really dramatically vary depending on what you're, obviously if you're a pharma or biotech, there's going to be a lot of R&D, like, and maybe, and more risk and everything than other kinds of technology. But this is basically the stage where you're more researching things. It's still, there's lots of exceptions, but value creation may still be more limited here at this stage because you're really not actually doing a lot in terms of development yet. And then the development stage, that's really, okay, now you're really, you've fleshed out the concept, you've done all the necessary research, now you're putting the money in, putting the cost and assuming the risk and everything of trying to develop a completed product. And then once you have something, there's usually some kind of beta product and beta testing that's done. And it's whether it's something that gets manufactured or it's software, there's fine tuning that gets done at that stage before launch. And then this is, it's going to vary based on the technology that you're valuing. But I think one of the most interesting, anytime you talk about IP or technology, is looking at the cycle for drug candidates, for pharma or biotech. I don't know, like when I first started doing this, it was all pharma. And now I'm just like, maybe it's just my world. It seems to be all biotech. I'm sure there's a lot of pharma out there still, but I just don't see it that much. And Ray probably doesn't know this, but I'm in New York City, but neighboring New Jersey actually has a lot of pharma and biotech in it, actually. And so anyways, here, this just is a good summary of all the stages of development you go. And it's fascinating that the life cycle can be so long, and the cost and everything, and what it takes to get from the beginning to an FDA approved product. It's a lot of risk, a lot of investment, and a long process you need to go through. And what's interesting about some of these companies, you can look it up. There are a fair number of publicly traded companies that I haven't looked in the last 6 months, but there have been a lot of publicly traded companies that are biotech that are maybe like a few years away from having a approved drug or something that still have value. And then these phases are FDA based on the US. You have to go through certain phases of approval, but it's a very lengthy and costly process. And that's why there's the whole debate about drug, at least in our country, drug costs. And, people like Ray and I argue the prices are too high, but then the drug companies argue that, well, they have to go through such a lengthy, costly process. If they don't charge the prices they're charging, then they're not going to be able to invest in, new things to help people, with different conditions and everything. But I think that we're closing out this section here. And this section, just is a nice illustration of when you start out at the beginning of the life cycle of technology, and this is particularly for pharma or biotech, there's an inverse correlation between risk and valuation. So you start out conceptual stage and then R&D, and then, just based on experience and market observation, when you there's specific phases in the U.S. Preclinical, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, NDA filing, FDA approval, and I've just noticed from past work and looking at the market, when you go to each of these phases and you're successful, even if you could still be years away from selling your product, there's a big value increase that happens when you hit these milestones, and big additional money that comes into the companies and everything, because you've reduced risk by getting to that point where you've been able to demonstrate efficacy, safety, things like that. So your risk starts to drop and your valuation really starts to shoot up over time. I will stop sharing and pass it over to Ray.
Okay, great. And we're going to wrap up now. I think we're getting close to running out of time. So just bear with me. Let me Here we go. Okay. The deck you'd gotten earlier, I might have an incorrect email address for me. It's ray.rath. I don't think that had the dot in it at Baker Tilly. So, I'm also easily Googled, or another way to find either information, on us is through the ASA website, appraisers.org, and they have a find an appraiser function. If this information is of interest to you, the 3-day course that the ASA offers, BV303, will be offered as a webinar on September 28th through September 30th, 2023. So if that's of interest to you, please check the ASA website, or you can email me and I can give you specific information. The information we've covered in a little bit over 2 hours will be covered in much more detail over, say, 25, 26 hours. And during that, we'll have ability to, speak directly with people in a much less rushed environment. So key point there. There were a couple of other course sections on this, but really those were kind of IP specific focused, and I think those slides are pretty much freestanding. So not sure as far as time, but if there are questions, we're certainly glad to address those, and if not, certainly glad to consider any email questions that people have in the future.
It might be an unreasonable request, but if there's a camera of the people in the room, it would be nice to see the people before we go. If that's not possible, then please ignore my request. But yeah, like Ray said, this was an honor to be able to present to the group, and we're happy either now or later to, oh, there we go. Love it. I had trouble.
Yeah, I want to say a big thank you to Bill and Ray for the presentation. Thank you to Bill and Ray for the presentation. We appreciate you. We're sorry, we know that we have to compress a 2 days course for this short while. It's been wonderful, and we have the materials. On behalf of the chairman of the Restitution Board and everybody here, we have over 1,000 people registered for this, about 800 on site, and we have 360 online. All the online has been on since morning. We had 360 in the morning. Well, a few of them have dropped down. We have about 380 now still online. We want to thank everybody for this hybrid event. For the question and answer, because of our time, we will send them to your email addresses, and then your response will be sent on our platform. Can we put our hands together for them, please? We appreciate Bill and Ray for this wonderful time and wish you the very best. And we look forward to do more collaborations with you. Thank you, and see you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's great.
Okay.
Now, shall we call on the registrar of our board, the man with the 2 hats, to come and do the vote of thanks. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. The chairman of SS Surveyors and Valuers Registration Board of Nigeria, distinguished board members here, council members of the Nigerian Institution of SS Surveyors and Valuers, please, for want of time, permit me to stand on existing protocol. I'm sure if you observed very well, you will see the feelings of joy and satisfaction that has been resonating in this hall, cascading down the roof of this hall. I'm sure you observed that. And I want to respectfully urge you to keep this feeling, to keep it reverberating. Don't let it stop until 1st September of next year, when we shall see a tumultuous 3,000 crowd in Abuja for the next year event. Having said that, I want to thank you, especially to thank the virtual participants, and to those of you who have been physically present here since the morning. First Vice President, I did recognize you earlier. I thought you had joined them. Thank you for coming back. So please, keep reverberating the experience of this event today. Let it keep coming up. The experience, the joy, the satisfaction we derive from this event today. I'm sure you know from the statistics we have, there are a few events that have equaled this number of participation. And each year we do more. That is why I spoke about having a crowd of 3,000 physical participants. So I want to thank you and to thank you again. I believe that all things will work together for you, good for you in the remaining days of this year. Having said that, I want you to respectfully rise and take up the notepad so that we can take the second stanza of the anthem as our closing prayer. Yes. Do we know it offhand? So, 1, 2, we go. O God of it's our noble cause, guide our leaders' rights, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation of peace and justice reign. Profound thanks to you. Thank you very much. See you at Abuja, 1st September next year. Thank you.